Ladies and gentlemen, this event, a one-fall match with a 60-minute time limit for the World's Heavyweight Championship. Introducing, in the corner to my right, the challenger from every man's nightmare, weighing in at 260 pounds, this is Sting! Ladies and gentlemen, 5 times World's Heavyweight Champion from Charlotte, North Carolina, weighing in at 242 pounds, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair.
Jack Gregory back with you on Power Pro Wrestling, fans, and I'll tell you something, all the pregame hype is over. It is time to tee this one up and get it on. And several cliches come to mind, but I'll tell you, there's one specific one that I can come right out with. Be careful what you ask for, because you just may get it. Sting has been winning this match. He has touted and taunted and taunted the champion, and now he's got a shot at 5 times World Heavyweight Champion Ric Flair. And Sting right now in the early going certainly is pumped up, has the intensity, and I suspect this will be one of those matches that you will become part of sports history. 2 of the finest athletes ever in the world of professional wrestling you're looking at right now on your screen. Ric Flair, the consummate professional. 5 times the World Heavyweight Champion. Sting, the man from Redondo Beach. The up-and-coming superstar. The young lion is here. And these 2 guys are locking up like a tiger laying hip with it. And Sting's got the chin up. And what a fall. Just picked him up and threw him over. And look at the face of the World Heavyweight Champion, Ric Flair. armbar by Sting. These two athletes are so powerful. Both in the 270, 65, 75 range. Both agile. You can hear the champ Flair. He's hurting. Bareback fans, one fall, TV time limit for the World Heavyweight Championship, and this man, the Sting, has had everything he wants to do with the champ right now. He's had his way. Sting working on the head of Ric Flair right now. But I got him, there's that fly. Oh! Went to the well, maybe one too many times. The Sting missed the flying drop kick, but the champ is down as well. Flair was in the corner. He may have hurt himself trying to get out of the way of that flying drop kick, but here comes the champ with a right hand and hurls Sting over that second ring rope. But Sting right back in the ring. Rams his head in. There's a sunset flip. Can he get him over? Can the Sting get the champ over? He's fighting it. Flair is fighting. He's over. He's got him wrapped up. 1, 2, and Flair kicks out. Flair says, I want no more. Ric Flair may truly be involved in the battle of his entire career in this bench Sting. There at ringside is J.J. Dillon. And Flair jumped out of that turnbuckle, and in came the Sting. But both of these athletes right now, as you can see, are slow. They're very slow to get to their feet. They're both hurt. Flair's got Sting up, sets him up for the suplex. And he's got him over and down. But Sting right back on his feet. I don't believe it. You just don't get up from something like that. But Sting did. And look at the face of J.J. Dillon. You want to talk about concern. In all of the years I've called wrestling matches, I have never seen anyone get up from a suplex like that. But Sting was right on his feet. We're going to have to take another break. We'll be back with more on Power Pro Wrestling. Don't go away. Jack Gregory back with the fans, and right now, the World Heavyweight Championship on the line. Ric Flair and Sting. And it's Flair now, while we were away, that had the advantage and took the advantage back from the Sting. Sting now hurled across that second ring rope and into the steel, the hard steel of the dividers. They're becoming a territory. Again, Flair flings the Sting. Now this young man from Redondo Beach may be paying the price. He called the champion out. It's like going on a rattlesnake hunt. You turn your back over, you find a rattle. And rattlers do fight. And right now, Sting is feeling the bite of the World Heavyweight Champion. Flair grabbed the steel chair, but Tommy Young quick to grab the chair. Sting is hurt. Sting is hurt. And fans, I warn you, you could be part of sports history in a minute, and you are. Right here on television, on Power Pro Wrestling. You can hear the crowd. Become part of this crowd. Feel it. The electricity is everywhere. We anticipated an unbelievable match, and we have seen it. Here comes the champ with Chop, and JJ now has gathered the attention of the referee. unbelievable performance by this man, the Sting. He called him out. He called the champ out. He wanted this match. And for the most part of this match, has had his way, but he is now hurt. Sting hurt. Flair comes over. Like two wild animals fighting for their lives. Flair now mixing it up with Tommy Young, and Young warning the champion. Flair better be careful. And there's Sting on the top ring. He got the champ, and he also got the ref, I believe. Where's Young? Yes. Young is hurt and out of the ring. Sting's got the champ covered. But there's no referee there. Wait a minute. There is Gene Liggins coming to the aid of his colleague Tommy Young. He is hurt. But they're still going out of the ring. Referee Tommy Young down, being consoled by Gene Liggins. Nobody's paying a bit. But wait a minute. Young says to Liggins, look at him. And Sting's got that scorpion death lock on the champ. JJ blows Liggins out. Dylan's got Gene Liggins. And he runs him into the post. My God. It is broken loose for sure. There are absolutely no referees to see this. Sting has the scorpion death lock on the champ. JJ is trying to break it and get up. But there is no one allowed to count him out. But here's Arn Anderson. Luger is there. Wyndham's there. And the champ is in pain. My God. Unbelievable turn of events, and Sting has still got the scorpion deathlock on Ric Flair. They're all in the ring, my God. Wyndham, Luger, Sullivan, Trent, Jones, Larry Stevens. Now Sting has broken that scorpion deathlock, and JJ, the champ, is hurt. I mean, he's really hurt. Ric Flair is hurt. Ric Flair has been hurt, leveled, if you will, by that ever dangerous scorpion deathlock. And we're going to have to sort this one out because both referees, Tommy Young, Gene Liggins, are out. Knocked out of this. No one around to make a decision. There's one thing for sure. That five-time world heavyweight champion Ric Flair is down on it. You can see him. Down on the floor in unbelievable pain. Excruciating pain. You can hear him. What is it they say? A picture is worth 1,000 words. There it is. Flair perhaps involved, as I said.
Ladies and gentlemen, this event, a one-fall match with a 45-minute time limit for the NWA World's Heavyweight Championship. For this event, there must be a winner. We do have judges outside the ring. Introducing to you right now our panel of judges. Gary Juster, of the member of board of directors of the National Wrestling Alliance. Former NWA professional wrestling star, Sandy Scott. The Pet of the Year, Patty Mullen. And someone you know and love from the hit television series, Ken Osmond, who portrays Eddie Haskell on the new Leave It to Beaver. Also, we'd like to welcome Jason Hervey, star of The Wonder Years. Ladies and gentlemen, one stipulation of this event, James J. Dillon will be suspended high above the ring for the duration of this match. Introducing now the challenger from Venice Beach, California, weighing in at 260 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sting. And now, the world's heavyweight champion 5 times over. Ladies and gentlemen, weighing in at 242 pounds, the world's heavyweight champion from Charlotte, North Carolina, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair.
This one has a special television time limit of 1 fall, or a 45-minute time limit, Tony. I want to add that for the fans. Because of television here, it's normally, of course, a 1-hour time limit, but because of TV, there's our judges that have a great deal resting on their judgment.
There's Jason Hervey of the Wonder Years, and there's a man, and this Sunday has not been going like James J. Dillon wants it.
A lot of people would say that's where he deserves to be, behind bars. Of course, I wouldn't say anything like that.
But I know James J. Dillon really has an eye on the NWA Board of Directors meetings that are going on this week, reviewing the incident that took place just yesterday right here on the Superstation concerning Dusty Rhodes.
And we could have a ruling on that as early as next Saturday right here on the Superstation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. We waited for it. All the talking is over. The styling and profiling has ended.
One thing Sting has done, Jim, and as you take a look at the beautiful Patty Mullen, Jason Hervey, you know, and that is not back down from Ric Flair and his screams. You can tell there are a lot of people around here with their face painted up. Sting has really become a folk hero in many people's eyes.
Nice kip up for a 270-pounder, Tony.
And he and Flair, as Tommy Young gets rid of some of the debris, he and Flair have had some of the greatest matches we've ever seen. They're no strangers to each other. And this one is in front of a nationwide audience.
Ric Flair still in the apex of his career. The Stinger is rapidly approaching that superstar status. And if he can rack up a victory right here, no doubt that will definitely put him over the hump, because he will then be the one and only heavyweight champion of the world.
Flair trying a little intimidation right there on Sting. You can hear him. Sting, the big man, coming back though. Both men up on top now. Sting with all that power as the judges look on. Down goes Flair. And Flair smartly to the ropes.
J.J. Dillon's probably got the best seat in the house. High above ringside. There you see J.J. Dillon in that birdcage.
Right. To the right of your screen up top, Flair very cautious against Sting. Flair has, even though he has a lot of confidence, you can tell the way Flair talks, has a lot of respect for Sting.
It's going to be interesting to see the pacing in this match. Flair is one that can certainly dictate the pace in a wrestling match. His championship on the line, you got to think that he's going to dictate the pace here. And I don't think that this will be too... Flair is a strong man. But the Stinger, I got to believe, will have the edge in the tail of the tape as far as the strength is concerned in this one.
And Flair knows it, but what also Sting has to realize, if Flair gets in this situation, Flair will have a trick up his sleeve. Like right there. Oh! Didn't phase it.
The Stinger walked right out of the corner. He took Flair's best shot. And the champion, great drop kick by the Stinger, was up, really up on the lights that time. And the heavyweight champion of the world is regrouping on the outside of the ring.
Tommy Young encouraging the champion to get back in.
Flair thinking, taking his time, perhaps attempting to break the concentration of the Stinger. He has certainly stopped the momentum that Sting was trying to build by leaving the ring and going to the outside. Much like a basketball team, like Villanova tried to calm down the Oklahoma Sooners yesterday. Call a timeout. It didn't work. Perhaps it won't work here with the Stinger as well.
Side headlock the champion with Sting on the other end of that. Flair reverses. Good reversal, go behind to a hammerlock. Flair, but it's Sting holding on. Good reversal by Sting.
A great wrestling exchange by these two phenomenal athletes here, with the Stinger coming out ahead. Sting has the age and perhaps in the youth, perhaps in enthusiasm. Flair, of course, has been the unparalleled heavyweight champion of the world on 5 different occasions.
Pushing at the face now, Flair trying to get Sting back to the ropes. Sting will not budge an inch now. But now, there you go. Sting walking forward. Once again, Flair trying to work into the corner of the ropes. Whatever he can to get out of it. There he goes, back to the ropes. And now Tommy Young calling for a break. Flair wanting Sting to let go. Sting has that right arm wrapped around Flair's left wrist. Flair right to the midsection. What a shot. Stays him up straight with that one. Side headlock again. Sting shoots him to the other side. Takes him down. Does Flair over the top. A leapfrog by Sting. Flair over the top. Sting, another leapfrog.
Oh, yeah. He's got him. He's got him up. Boy, that's a gorilla slam. A gorilla.
Line hip scissors. Taking Flair over. And a hip toss. John Miller with our ring announcement. We have 40 minutes to go.
A long time left in this one. I don't think it's going to go 40 minutes. I'll tell you that right now. It takes a 3 count. And the Stinger, I know, has got a great game plan. I talked with him before we went on the air today. I tried to have a conversation with the Nature Boy. Very close, tight-lipped was the champion. You got to think he's really bearing down and thinking on this one.
Sting holding on. We announced earlier if this match would end before this program is over. We do have some standby matches. Larry Zbyszko and Shane Douglas for the Western States title. Ricky Santana against Rick Steiner. Those are still with us if need be, our standby matches. And a good knockdown by Sting. Goes right to the side headlock. You know, wrestling so much like other sports based on momentum. And I would think because his two close friends, Barry Windham and Lex Luger, winning the World Tag Team title just minutes before would give Sting a lot of momentum coming in.
Exactly, a lot of momentum, and certainly the Horseman dressing room a few moments ago was not a happy sight.
That's right.
And Flair just left there. So we wonder how much that would affect his concentration in this match. I don't want to turn anybody off, but he chopped Sting so hard a while ago in the chest that Sting has a small laceration on his pectoral muscle from that impact of that tremendous chop of Ric Flair.
To the other side, Sting knocks him down one more time. Over the top of Flair he goes. Flair tried to hip toss, Sting reversal. And Sting came up with it. Goes right after Flair again, and now to a side headlock. A 2 count. Almost got him. Almost got him sleeping right
yes,
there.
he did. The Stinger went right for the pin there, and he is controlling the action here. Side headlock. Now the Stinger is, again, controlling the pace here. But Flair, the superb veteran, as I said, I really think he's unparalleled. And he's certainly at an advantage. There's his helper, his advisor, who's going to have a heck of a time giving anybody any advice about 30 or 40 feet up in the air.
And as much as anything else, his attention diverter. Because James J. Dillon is a master, as he's coaching Flair on right there, of getting the referee's attention. And Sting knows that as well as anybody else. Still holding on. Got a 2 count right there. Flair tried the hair, but Tommy Young quickly to break it up.
Flair's got his hands in his tights. Referee with the 2 count here. Flair will not, he's not above taking any shortcut necessary to retain the championship of the world.
It's a tough job for Tommy Young, because when the man rolls over and his shoulders are at the mat, your prime responsibility is to look at the shoulders and not at the tights.
That's right. That's what they're trained to do. Back both men trying to rise to a base. Sting has done so with a side headlock firmly secured around the head of the heavyweight champion of the world. And the Stinger goes for the ride. Football tackle, down goes Flair.
Oh, great move.
Flair thought he was going to obviously do something else. He thought he had evaded him, but Sting went right down on top of him with a headlock.
Sting has not been reluctant to take the first hold. When Flair is down, Sting will go get him. A lot of people have let Flair get up, and that's been a mistake. But that's one thing Sting has not done here in this match.
You know, you'd have to think with Sting's size advantage and strength advantage that Flair, when he does get on the offense, is going to want Sting to be off his feet.
Right.
Wrestle him on the mat. And Flair is a tremendous mat wrestler. And the Stinger, on the other hand, is using this headlock. He's not going to win the match with a headlock. But what he's doing, as strong as he is, he can take an elementary maneuver like the headlock, and with his great strength, turn it into a very punishing maneuver.
All right, right in the neutral cutter right in front of us here. Sting in a vulnerable position because this is where Flair is so tough. Sting back there. Flair goes right to the midsection and crossed him. Sting straddles Flair, looks over the fans, live here in Greensboro, and thought better of it. But Flair getting the up, he blocked it and caught him with a big right hand. One more time. Flair back to the other neutral cutter. Sting throws him out with a hip toss. Oh, and Flair too smart for that. But those blows by Sting took its toll on Flair.
Flair moved out of the way very quickly, but the Nature Boy has sustained a great deal of punishment. And it's time now for both these athletes. Even with J.J. Dillon's encouragement, there's no way that Flair can even hear him above this tremendous crowd here in Greensboro. And the Stinger hops right back in the ring.
That, two things, was a smart move and a big break for Sting that he was able to land on his feet. You get Flair outside, he's trouble.
He didn't hit him while ago when he had this position, but as J.J. Dillon looks on, the Stinger is hammering those right hands at the head of the champion of the world.
Right to the midsection again. Side headlock. Sting takes him down.
Nice, authoritative takedown by the Stinger. Once again, with those massive arms, his great upper body strength as our judges. There's Patty Mullen looking very intently at this action. I'm sure she's used to seeing some action, but this is real action. This is for the heavyweight championship of the world.
How about a champ? No, give it up.
The Stinger's got the side headlock. All the action we need is right there in the ring. And Ric Flair in this match again has been on the defensive and reacting to Sting's maneuvers more than he's been on the offense.
Still holding out of the trucks now. Side headlock. And Tommy Young trying to get over to see it, but Flair, the cagey veteran he is, would not allow it.
That's got to be very annoying to Sting to get turned from his advantage onto his shoulders, knowing it's going to be probably broken by the referee.
So we're past the 10-minute mark of this 45-minute television time limit for the World Heavyweight title. Sting and Flair, and you know, the judges here at ringside, this one's got to be awfully tough to call. There you see them.
Well, they're very intense over here. The judges, no doubt, this match has been very closely contested, and we have had very few near falls. So they're going to have to go right now with where the momentum is, and I think at this point in time, we can say that the Stinger has the advantage, Tony.
Well, we talked about Sting going right after Flair. That was the great equalizer. That really caught him. Sting has been able to absorb a lot of blows, but he didn't absorb that one.
No, he couldn't. Flair caught him flush with that blow right to the ribs and that massive chop. Flair's chops are legendary in this sport. Right to the sternum area.
And Sting returns. He returns again. He kicks him a second time. Make it 3, and now to the ropes. Up high.
What strength this young man has from Venice Beach. 270-pounder has just slammed Flair from well over 6 feet in the air. And Flair is hurting for certain here in the squared circle.
To the other side again. Sting catches him in a bear hug. Around the small of the back. Those biceps wrapped around Flair's body. The forearms.
That power slam, or the press slam, excuse me, Tony, really took its toll on Flair, and Sting, sensing that, has gone right to the bear hug, which obviously is going to put even more punishment, inflict more pain on the lower back of the Nature Boy.
An advantage that Sting has here, as he cinches up one more time, he has wrestled Flair before, and when you do that, you can only learn more about the champion. It's not like it was his first time against Flair.
How long can he hold this bear hug? Flair, this has really got to be excruciating on his lower back. And let's see if Sting will move away from his headlock that he was using as his primary offensive weapon and go to moves that's going to work on the lower back. And it isn't amazing that the Scorpion Deathlock also affects the lower back because it's in a Boston Crab-like position.
That's a good point. It really does. So Sting really having the champ. And you're right. You know, you said the momentum has to be with Sting right now, and if they needed to call it, the judges needed to call it, then it would go to Sting. But Flair not finished yet. One thing about the champ, and I've seen it over the years, he can take punishment better than anybody, really.
He's very resilient. There's no doubt about it. And Flair trying to get to the ropes, which would necessitate a break. Look at the great position the official's in.
Flair trying to get there. Sting pushing off, using the leg muscles. JJ, I doubt with the way the fans are screaming.
15 minutes is elapsed in the time limit. 30 minutes remain.
So a half an hour to go. I'm going to say Flair cannot hear James J. Dillon at all.
We can barely hear each other, Tony, and we're sitting here beside each other here at ringside. Sting keeping on the pressure with a bear hug. You don't have to be standing to maintain the pressure of the bear hug. But Flair very, very aware of his positions of his shoulder. Keeping his arms extended so the referee cannot count him out. Great camera shot. Tremendous job by all of our camera people looking right over the shoulder of the judges here at ringside.
Oh, God! And I want to guard my back!
You heard Flair. His back is really in a bad way right now.
A couple of heavy-duty offensive maneuvers by Sting, and then that massive press slam really took a toll on the Nature Boy. And A little frustration there by the Stinger. He's not working on the back when he's doing that.
There you go. He got up, and you can thank Sting for it. Not one to criticize the young man, but he let him up. Oh, he hit the back. Once again, Ric Flair, one step ahead. And even though Flair goes face down, Sting really hurt right below that elbow, that tendon connecting the tricep to the elbow.
Remember, before Sting hit the ropes, or before he hit the corner, the Nature Boy went into that corner with a tremendous amount of velocity. And this great crowd here at the Greensboro Coliseum really getting on their feet and really getting behind Sting.
Flair, both men are hurt. But it's Sting again. Up he goes.
Big right hand, but the Nature Boy retaliates with an inverted atomic drop. And that one, I will promise you, will slow you down to a snail's pace. But now the key here is, how quick can Flair get back on the attack? How quick can he shake the cobwebs loose and inflict some more punishment on the Stinger?
Sting just wreathing in pain. Flair now. We talk about outside. This is Flair's territory. It's no man's land, and it's where Ric Flair really gets in trouble.
This is his yard right here. This is his domain. Sting, right into the railing. Right into the steel railing that surrounds the ring here.
You know, you got to go back to the time where Sting... Oh, one more time. Jim, you got to think about Flair was screaming, my back, my back. Sting got up, and now all of a sudden, 2 minutes later, it's all Ric Flair.
Flair really, I think, trying to make a point here and reinforce a point to that man, Sting, because Flair normally likes to work on the lower body for the figure four. Weaken the legs, work on the figure four. Right here, he's showing Sting what it's like to have your back worked on and have your back worked on by the master.
Flair chopping him, those chops, which did not register on Sting, really taking his toll right now. Oh, to the other turnbuckle. That shook the ring. Sting drops to his knees and goes face first on the mat.
Flair now standing over his fallen challenger for the heavyweight championship of the world. And you're seeing it live, exclusively here on TBS during the Clash of Champions.
Again, Flair, smirk on his face now. One more time, the back. So almost in a touche type move, it's now Sting with the bad back. It's now Sting wreathing in pain, and Flair relentless pressure.
Our three celebrity judges here at ringside are looking on in utter amazement. They have never seen, no doubt, the physical confrontation and the physical hand-to-hand combat that we are witnessing right here with wrestling's richest prize on the line, the National Wrestling Alliance Heavyweight Championship of the world.
Flair back in the corner, measuring up Sting. That knee pad right down across the forehead. One more time, Flair to the corner. There he goes. And again, caught him that time. Right on the bridge of the nose. Rakes him across the back. Sting's in major trouble right now.
Flair showing that mean streak. He laughs and he talks in his interviews. He's a very outgoing, gregarious individual. But let me tell you something. He has said it, and I will say amen to it. He is the dirtiest player in the game.
1 minute has elapsed from the time limit. 25 minutes remain.
We are approaching the halfway point of this match. Sting, all they can do right now is try to regain his senses and try to stay away from Flair for a couple of moments. Flair just shoves him into the corner. Oh, and he chops him. That was right on target, and now right to the upper lip with that one.
Right hand really nails Sting right on the button. And the Stinger's trying to shake it loose. Get away from Flair for a few moments to shake it loose, but the champion will have none of that. And throws him once again to where it all started, where the downfall, the momentum went back to Flair's favor was when they went outside the last time.
He's got a chair, I think. Tommy Young wrestled the chair from Ric Flair. Flair was ready to put Sting out of the sport. Still, with Sting just draped on the apron. Flair with a series of right hands. One more time.
Right into the steel railing. And that's the third or fourth time that has happened. And it's happened every time to Sting. And that steel is obviously not going to give very darn much.
You know, Jim, you'll agree with me. Action and intensity like this, only in the NWA, this is what being a World Heavyweight Champion is all about.
And this is the kind of action, this kind of intensity, Tony, on the big program debuting next week here. NWA Main Event debuting next Sunday afternoon. Main event caliber matches. And baby, this one's a main event anywhere in the world.
In comes Sting, and that's the safest place for him to be with Flair is inside of the ring, because Flair can just obliterate you outside. Flair's giving it all right now. As you see, we're live from Greensboro. Flair is just chopping Sting, elbow drops, and Sting still was able to get a shot in. Look at Sting again. He's coming back.
The Stinger is reaching down. He is pumped. Flair has got it. Flair looking on in utter bewilderment. And the Stinger with a big right hand. And Flair went over to the concrete himself.
Tommy Young says the momentum carrying him over. The match will continue. No over-the-top disqualification. Sting letting his temper get away from him now. Oh, he hit it. He hit the post.
Not a good move. Not a sound move. Very, very high risk. If you hit it, you got him out on the floor. You can't beat him out there. If you miss it, you end up in big, big trouble. And you don't want to dig a hole for yourself against Ric Flair.
You got to take chances in this sport to win many times, but you shouldn't take them against Ric Flair too often. He did, and once again, Flair with the definite advantage. You see J.J. Dillon still secured in that cage, high above the corner to our left here.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Not at all. He is no factor in this match at all. His World Tag Team Champions just lost moments ago the NWA World Tag Team belts to Barry Windham and Lex Luger. Now what about the man who is the leader, so to speak, of the Horsemen, Ric Flair?
No doubt the Horsemen put their hands together, rallied around a little bit before Flair came out here. So maybe it's going to work in Flair's favor. I don't know if he needs any advantages or any breaks. He is as good as there is in this sport. In my opinion, the best in the sport. He's a champion of the world, but the Stinger is back on his feet, and perhaps the momentum could be changing. But no.
Look at it, got back up. The fire is there with Sting. Right hands to the head. A knee, a chokehold. Sting climbing the ropes again.
Well, I've been at ringside a lot of matches, Tony. I would not want to be a judge, I'll tell you that right now. This one is too close to call.
Over he goes. Caught him with a clothesline. 1, 2, oh! The clothesline almost changed the title.
A 2 count, and now Sting firing right back up.
Flair trying to squirm out of the ring. Sting gets him by the nape of the neck. And now trying an outside-in suplex. See if he can do it. Yes, has him up.
Standing vertical suplex brought him right back into the middle of the ring. The Stinger looking at this crowd. Is it time for the Scorpion Deathlock? He's going to go for it. Can he turn him over?
25 minutes has elapsed. 20 minutes remain.
Too close to the ropes at the 25-minute mark.
The Stinger at the 25-minute mark tried the first time to utilize his favorite maneuver, the Scorpion Deathlock. Flair has obviously felt that maneuver, as we all know, and got to the ropes as quickly as he possibly could.
Sting thought it was the right moment, and probably was. But Sting was too close, and JJ is really worried sick right now. He's got to be.
You realize if Flair loses the championship, that this would be, without a doubt, the worst day in the history of the Four Horsemen of Wrestling.
No doubt. It would be a real black Sunday, so to speak.
Sting very methodical here now. He does not want to make any mistakes, and he wants to keep the advantage. But Flair turned the tables, but look at the Stinger. Maybe the nerve innings have just been beat to death because he has been hammered in the chest.
Top of the head, flat down, rolls him over. Flair's underneath the ropes. Well, he put it on top of the leg was underneath the rope anyway, so it should have been a break.
Yep, that's exactly right. Flair took the easy but the smart way out. High Beal on the corner, and the Stinger went for the clothesline. His own momentum took him all the way over the top rope, and there's nowhere to go but down to the concrete.
Flair can make you think you got him at his last breath. He can make you think that. And then all of a sudden, Flair has the advantage.
Flair hanging Sting on the top rope there. But look at the Stinger. He didn't even wrestle. This man said he doesn't even feel the pain. He's on the top.
Got him. No, sir. I think maybe Sting may have lost a little bit of concentration right there.
One thing he hasn't lost is his enthusiasm or his will to win. It is growing stronger and stronger by the moment. But there's the Nature Boy. Is he going downstairs? Yes, he is. I mentioned it earlier in the match. That's usually his M.O. Work on the knees because they're so delicate, and it sets it up so perfectly for his patent figure 4 leg lock.
And you said get the big man off his feet if you're Ric Flair, and that's what that move was designed for. Over halfway, and there's 45-minute time limit. Sting and Flair. Jim?
We'll see how Flair now capitalizes on it. He has a million ways to further incapacitate a leg once he can initiate the punishment. He will go through a series of offensive moves that will methodically take that knee apart if the Stinger's not careful.
But you don't think this really worked on Flair? Flair had to walk away from it just a moment ago to catch his breath, to give himself another second before he could go back at him. Catches him with that right cross one more time. Looking out at the fans, we can see the pain on the face of Sting. Flair seemingly feeling he has it in control. One more time to the knee. Here it is. Got him.
Right across the shin bone.
Same tight maneuver. Flair bounces up.
I thought he was going to come off on him right there. The Stinger, you can see him holding his leg. His knee has been punished unmercifully by the heavyweight champion of the world. And I can promise you, Flair is going to show absolutely zero mercy. Ain't going to happen.
Sting hobbling around. Flair does not worry about the disqualification rule. Disqualification would be in his favor. Right to a knee. So, twofold. He'll try to defend the title, but in the same time, if he has to take the man out, he'll do it.
I think what he wants to do here is once and for all prove that he is the better athlete than Sting.
The Clash of the Champions, live from Greensboro. Sting trying to get up. Cannot.
He's trying to get to a base. The Stinger's got a great fighting heart, but Flair.
30 minutes has elapsed at the time limit. 15 minutes remain.
Well, 15 minutes to go. Belly-to-back suplex. And now Flair. The figure 4.
Is he the Nature Boy communicating with his crowd. And yes, he has locked it in. And Sting is in the middle of the ring. I don't think the Stinger can reach the ropes.
Well, and Sting has had a lot of pressure on that knee. On the shin. He can't take much of this. JJ thinks it's over.
JJ is a happy man up in that cage. Referee Tommy Young. That's a heck of a position. You got to be down there to count the shoulders or to hear if the guy's going to give up.
That's right.
In the meantime, the champion is going to use the ropes to his advantage. It's right there. The referee's not in bad position, really. That's how good Flair is at camouflage.
Now looks at Flair. Flair knows where everything is at all times. Sting bounces back up again. Flair feeling good too. He really has it locked in. You can see that right foot.
You get the great athletes in this position. Remember St. Louis, Missouri, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. He would not give up, right? But the knee had been hurt before he ever got there. Flair has done basically the same thing to this kid here. He has worked and worked and worked on the knee in the last several minutes, and now he has his hold on it in the middle of the ring.
It was a pain that caused Dusty to black out 2 years ago, and that caused the pin. What will happen here?
Because this kid, as you know, Tony, will not give up. He's made out a lot of the same stuff, the American Dream. He will not give up.
And he's moving Flair away from the ropes. What a great maneuver. Flair cannot reach the ropes. Here he goes. He's going to try to turn him. You can feel it. The fans can feel it. Here he goes.
The advantage will turn this if he can put Flair on his stomach. This crowd almost getting out of their seats and pushing with him. He's done it! And now Tommy Young must ask the Nature Boy if he wants to submit.
Flair on the receiving end of this reversal of a figure four leg lock. Now that right leg bent back. As you can see, the pressure on him. Finally, it's broken. And Flair, that knee, really took its toll.
Excuse me, Tony, it might not be the only thing that's broken. Flair and the Stinger have both stretched and pulled on those ligaments of each other's knee. It remains to be seen exactly how much damage has been inflicted, but both men having a lot of problems walking.
Flair, the first man up, goes right to the knee one more time. Sting can barely stand up. He's just holding on in ropes right now. It's the only way he can be on his feet, holding on. Flair has him by the hair.
Oh, no.
Here he goes.
I thought he was taking him outside.
What is he going to try to do, for goodness sake?
He puts him on the concrete. My God,
That's what he's going to try to do.
No.
He's going to try to do it. Flair's going to try to take them in his career right here. Sting reversed it. He has it up.
He fell back. He did not have his balance. He took a lot of punishment with that suplex himself.
That's right.
But the great thing was the tremendous strength that Sting just exemplified. And Flair with both knees into the abdomen of Sting. Flair thinks all the time, on his back, on his feet, wherever. He never quits thinking.
He never quits thinking, and he also makes you think he's at his last breath. He's done it a couple of times. Sting thinking, I got him. Flair looking at him like, I'm finished. It's over. The knees come up. Catches it.
Flair now limping toward his fallen challenger. As we watch the battle for the heavyweight championship of the world live here on the Clash of Champions on the Superstation TBS.
Sting hooks him, and he has it.
That was a great reversal by the Stinger to go underneath Flair and get on the attack here with this abdominal stretch.
Flair trying to shut out the pain right now. Tommy Young checking in. A move like this, much more effective.
35 minutes has elapsed. 10 minutes remain.
A move like this, much more effective in the later stages of the match.
That's right, and Flair went for the elbow. The Stinger moved out of the way. Perhaps it was instinct or quickness, whatever the reason. The Stinger moved out of the way, and now both men fighting to get back to their feet, and that's how hard this one has been competed, Tony. It's a battle just to get back to your feet.
That's right. Flair outside. Sting trying to get to his feet. Sting's up. Hobbling over. He put him with a gut shot. Has him up.
Right above the judges, and our vantage point here. Oh, right over, out to the middle of the ring. What power the Stinger exemplified there. Near fall, my gosh. That's when it just pulls your guts out. And now Stinger is pulling Flair out.
Sting letting his temper now carry him away. Outside. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Man, oh man, oh man. I'll tell you something. This one is physical.
Any momentum Flair may have had, you can kiss it goodbye for the next couple of minutes.
J.J. Dillon wants a disqualification. And he's an authority on breaking rules and getting disqualified.
That's right. And now Sting. They're going to hook it in again. No, figure 4.
Can you believe it? He didn't go for the Scorpion. He wants to beat Ric Flair with Flair's hold. Boy, that would go in the record book, wouldn't it?
It really was.
The Stinger beats Flair with Flair's own figure 4 for the heavyweight championship of the world.
And right now it's looking good for Sting because Flair is nowhere near a rope. And he really is right dead in the center of the ring. Tommy Young asking Ric Flair. And now Flair trying to squirm towards the rope. A 2 count, and the champion hops up.
Flair in a tremendous amount of pain. And this crowd seemingly has fueled Sting with newfound enthusiasm and new energy. His second wind, as the old saying goes. And the Stinger right now is controlling this one.
The youngster out of Venice Beach, California, giving it his all. Miss Patty Mullen looking on. She looks like she is in just complete amazement at the caliber of athletes of the NWA.
The National Wrestling Alliance is made up of the greatest athletes in professional wrestling. This is it right here, and you're seeing a real battle. And we're so happy you're here with us live on the Superstation.
Flair finally got in the ropes. The break is made.
Now you know how to party or
Now
what?
Sting.
JJ heard that, I'm sure. Sting has Flair back into the corner, up on the second rope. Big right hands right to the forehead of the champion.
Sting has him with a hip toss. Oh, there he goes. Flair asking for a couple of minutes here. Sting's not going to give it to him. No. Top of the head again. One more time. Flair cannot even stand up. Stomping on the knee.
Stomping on that knee that has had the figure 4. I mean, entwined in the figure 4, and now the Stinger brings Flair right out of the corner. The leg on the bottom rope.
Standing on the ankle. Flair. Pushing Tommy Young, who returned it. Sting going right into the champion again. To the other side. Flair goes right off.
He went over the top of the judges. He flew over the top of the judges with velocity from the Stinger. And Flair went over and over the top of the judges. I've never seen anything like it.
Flair as the judges quickly out of their seats.
Their scorecards. They're trying to grab their scorecards while they're still there. Outside here, they've broken the table. The judges have scattered, and Flair's brains are scattered on that steel post all the way up into the crowd.
Sting grabbing Flair by the hair. Outside, the battle rages on. The World Heavyweight title.
Flair
40 minutes has elapsed. 5 minutes remain. 5 minutes.
We are at the last 5 minutes of the match. Flair trying to sunset flip. Sting, yes! Boom! Another win! Possibly 4th, 5th win of the match.
the #1 contender for the heavyweight championship, is taking it to the champion. The world's title is definitely hanging in the balance as Flair's head is raked along the top cable, and the Stinger is on fire with less than 5 minutes to go.
He needs to kick it in gear right here. Now's his time. Nationwide audience. Superstation TBS. Live. Greensboro, the Clash of the Champions. Sting can be the heavyweight champion of the world, but it's got to happen now.
Stinger up on that second rope. He's got to put a flurry together and lock on that Scorpion in the middle of the ring.
4 minutes remain.
You heard John Miller, 4 minutes. No effect that time. Rolled him. He ringside, and I know across the country, out of breath with that one. Here he comes. Nobody home.
Oh, Lord, all the way over the top. He went for the pre-Scorpion Deathlock splash in the corner. And the champion moved out of the way, and that kid hit his head. The back of his head went all the way over and down to the concrete.
James J. Dillon. He's probably dreamed as well as everybody else, and as well as we are right here. As well as that man is.
3 minutes remain.
3-minute mark. Sting, if he wants to be world champion, has to go for it now. But Flair reaches down to get him. What a title event.
What a battle, what physical confrontation. Two of the most superb athletes in the history of professional wrestling have got it all right here. And both of them, what a collision.
Sleeper hold for the champion. You don't see that much. Sting going forward. Both men down now.
Flair went face first into the top turnbuckle. Time is rapidly running out in this battle for the heavyweight championship of the world.
Out goes Sting onto the floor. Quickly, he tries to come back. Oh, shoulder block to the midsection. Over the top. Sting trying to get him over.
2 minutes. 2 minutes remain.
The 2-minute mark. Flair got the ropes. He got the ropes. And Tommy Young saw it. Once again, the world champion escapes.
We have had two tremendous near falls in the last few moments. What a battle that we have for the championship of the world, Tony. Oh, yeah, up and over.
Momentum. Flair up the other side. Sting rolling over.
Man, we're talking inches here. We're talking inches from having a new heavyweight champion of the world.
A 2 3/4 count right there.
Oh, yeah, what punishment. What physical confrontation. This would have been a classic.
Fans, 1 minute. 1 minute.
The last minute of the match. What a titanic, a gigantic, an incredible battle we have seen.
45 seconds.
Papalazzi, Flair went into the corner. The Stinger hit him. He nailed it.
Here we go. Here we go. Here it comes. Here it
30
comes.
seconds.
With 30 seconds, he's locked in. Can Flair hold out for 30 seconds?
We're 30 seconds and counting here.
20 seconds.
Flair, he's got the Scorpion Deathlock. The Stinger trying to put him away right here.
Flair, holding on.
9, 8, 7, 6,
He won't give up.
2,
He won't give up. What a battle, Tony. The National Wrestling Alliance and two of the greatest, the heavyweight champion of the world and the #1 contender. It is, they have gone to television 45 minutes, and now it's up to the judges here at ringside to render the decision.
You know, Tommy Young walked over, looking at us, and he never gave up. He never gave up. No, he didn't. There you see Sandy Scott.
The fans here anxious to hear the judge's decision as they lower J.J. Dillon down from the cage. I think we have to take our hats off and a salute to two of the most intense, two of the most phenomenal athletes I personally have ever seen.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Tommy Young has secured the decision of the judges. Referee Young, if you will. Judge Patty Mullen has scored the match for the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. Judge Gary Juster has scored the match for Sting. Judge Sandy Scott has declared the match a draw. The match is a draw, therefore, still NWA World's Heavyweight Champion, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final contest in the singles division. The conclusion of this match will determine the winner of the singles tournament. From Venice Beach, California, he weighs 255 pounds. This is Sting!
Terry Funk, it is on the line. I know you've analyzed it. Where are we?
Yes, I have. It's the individual competition, and right now Luger has 35 points, Flair has 25, and Sting has 20. And to make it simple, Sting must win in this match.
By
He must
pinfall
beat
or submission?
by either one. He must beat Ric Flair.
Let's hear
Ladies
it.
and gentlemen, his opponent from Charlotte, North Carolina. He weighs 242 pounds. And for the 6th time, he is the World Heavyweight Champion, Nature Boy, Ric Flair!
Nature Boy Ric Flair knows he has his work cut out for him, Terry. Now tell us what we need here to determine the winner.
Flair needs a pinfall or a submission, or he needs to obtain a countout over Sting. Now, if Flair and Sting draw, Luger wins.
Well, there you hear it, fans. Sting, to win the Iron Man, must pin Ric Flair or make him submit. For Ric Flair to win the Iron Man, he must pin Sting, make him submit, or a countout victory. If they go to a draw, Luger wins the tournament. So it is really on the line here. One fall, 15-minute time limit. Flair and Sting, March 27th, 1988. I sat at ringside in Greensboro, North Carolina, and watched the making of a young superstar in Sting. He went 45 minutes with a legendary Ric Flair. He cannot let history repeat itself here. He cannot go to a draw if he wants to win the Iron Man.
He cannot. And like you said, that 45 minutes was hard on both of them, but this 15 might be the fastest, toughest 15 minutes of Sting's lifetime.
Side headlock by the Stinger on Nature Boy Ric Flair. Nick Patrick, the official for this final event at Starrcade 89. And the singles competition, the division is on the line in this one. Good reversal by Stinger. Flair really high up there.
Nice move on his part. Nice reversal into a hip lock there. Flair wisely goes to the floor right now. Catches a little bit of a disadvantage. He'll sit back for just a second. Believe me, he's got a clock in his head. Ric Flair knows how much time he has left.
He's got a clock in his head and cement in his hands.
Yes, he does.
Flair and Sting in recent months have been partners. But this is a tournament. Everyone knew coming in that everyone would wrestle each other once. And Sting can communicate with the crowd as well.
These are those wild and crazy marriages that you told us about, Jim Ross.
I've had a few of those in my life, as a matter of fact. And there's a hammerlock on Nature Boy Ric Flair as Sting drops down, drop toe hold. Now Sting likes to use, obviously, the Scorpion. Flair is a figure 4 man. Will both of them use that move? It's so obvious. Will they go another direction?
That's a real tough question to answer. It might be a smart technique right at this time to go for something unusual and different. Try something out of the way. It might just make it for you. And I'll tell you what, if something makes it for Sting, he has made his wrestling career.
Flair setting Sting up on the top turnbuckle. Clean break. Sting surveys the action. He knows he is in the ring with perhaps the greatest of all time. He has carried the gold 6 different occasions.
And he would definitely like, as much and good of a guy as Sting is, he would like to reverse positions with Flair right now.
We are seeing Flair in the last pay-per-view of his career in the 80s. Will he be able to dominate in the 90s as he has in the 80s? Sting and Luger say no, that they're going to do it. But as you said earlier, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And Sting just took him out.
You have to believe in yourself in this world to be a success. And Ric Flair believes in himself. Sometimes I think a little bit too much, Jim Ross.
Well, you may have a point there. He has a great deal of self-confidence. Sting knows that he's the underdog, because anytime you're in the ring with the world's champion, I don't care who you are the underdog at that time.
Absolutely, unless you have that belt around your waist, and then you're the man, like Ric Flair says, and like you said before, you're either the man or you're not.
And to think about this kid from Venice Beach, California, he has to either make Flair give up, or he's got to pin him to win the first annual Future Shock, this round-robin tournament. Nice tackle by Flair. Down goes Sting. The pace is quickening here. Sting with a leapfrog. Down he goes. Flair to the other side. And Sting with another leapfrog. The action is quick. And now Sting got him up. Now there's a difference in fatigue. Earlier he extended the arm. Now he didn't. And Flair right back up. No intimidation by either man here.
A little embarrassed. Ric Flair was a little bit embarrassed with that series of moves, and might have felt like he was a little bit showed up by Sting. Now, look at Flair, you might be looking at what I've been saying. I've been saying, hey, this guy's a little bit cockier than what you think he is. I'm not taking anything away from his wrestling ability. I'm not running him down. I'm just saying that this man does have to have confidence in himself. But that much,
I don't know. You may have a point. In any event, the Stinger shaking his head a little bit at Flair. These guys, this is the night that friendships and championships have been set aside. In this match, it is certainly true. Sting goes for the ride. Good football tackle. Flair at the disadvantage now. Then Flair tried to hip lock him. And the Stinger reverses it.
this might be it.
Trying to get him down. He's got both arms cupped. 1, 2. Oh, I mean 2.5 at a top. He really nailed him, Terry.
Here we go. Took him right off of his feet. Caught him right in that throat area right there.
You can hear it.
That was one of those high chops right in that throat area. Whenever you get them up that high, it'll take the wind right out of you. Not take it off, you just can't talk. Just cuts your wind off totally.
Break it up. 1, 2. And you can hear those chops. He just nails it. I defy any other wrestling organization to put 2 studs in there just like this and go at it like these guys have. They are giving it all to the fans. On pay-per-view and here in the audience. Sting with a drop kick. And another. Flair in trouble. The Stinger trying to roar into the 90s with an upset victory here to win this tournament.
I defy either of these men to take this kind of punishment for another 12 or 13 minutes.
Whoa. Lateral press and he. Boy.
2 count. Pull that shoulder up on the inside, Stinger. You got that shoulder up.
The referee explained to Sting the shoulder was up and where it was up. That's good officiating. Sting did not cry. He did not complain.
He didn't, but I don't know how many of those chops that he will take. We might see what his tolerance is tonight.
Flair lulls Sting to a little false sense of security there. Kicked him in the midsection and tosses him outside. And now it's Flair, who says he is the dirtiest player in the game, going out after Sting. Oh, what a shot. Listen to these shots.
don't you go ahead? I made a pick. I picked Luger was going to win the thing. Why don't you make your pick for us now, Jim Ross?
Well, I had gone with Luger too, Terry, as a matter of fact. And I didn't think Flair would get this aggressive against Sting, but he is. A lot of pride. That's what it's all about in the NWA, is pride in what goes on in the ring.
Well, do you like what he's doing now? Do you call that exactly fair? Maybe I wasn't so unfair in the past.
Flair snapping Sting's neck right off the top table. And now the youngster from Venice Beach, California, who must pin or make Flair submit to win the Iron Man, is a long, long way from that. Standing vertical suplex. The world champion's got him in position. This could be the final move that he needs. On top. 1, 2, and Sting kicks out.
Two count. He had that cradle right in there, didn't he? He had that cradle locked up twice.
Sting will not quit. He won't quit, Terry. Sting was not the favorite going into this tournament.
There's that big Ric Flair knee. He loves that knee, too, to come all the way across that ring. It comes down across your head.
Flair picking Sting up very gingerly. Big chop almost takes him out of his boots. Boy, it's physical here. And now Flair, abdominal stretch into a pin. He's got him cradled, but Sting's arm, his right arm is up. His right shoulder is up, Terry.
There you see him in that Oklahoma ride right there.
Flair a little irate at the official. He wanted him to count faster. Fans are not too pleased with that. Inside cradle. This is how he beat Muta, but Sting kicks out. Boy, the fatigue. This is each man's third match. And they have not wrestled some also-rans. They have wrestled the best this sport has to offer. Standing vertical suplex. And Flair snapped it off. On top of the lateral press. 1, 2, and another near fall. When somehow this kid keeps kicking out. It's got to be frustrating Flair.
Hey, I'll bet Sting is wondering right now where his good buddy is, where his friend Ric Flair is. I know it's competition, but do you think some of this is necessary? Throwing him down on the floor and catching him with series of chops on the floor.
The supreme gut check for the Stinger in this contest. Sent for the ride on the Irish Whip. Remember, if these two men draw, Lex Luger will win this tournament.
That's exactly right. Flair's got to either get a submission, a pin, or a count out side of the ring on Sting.
Double arm suplex on top with a lateral press.
Two count.
And for the uncountable time, Sting kicked out right before 3. Flair sends him for the ride. But Sting caught him coming out. Sting with a clothesline. 1, 2, oh! He got so close, Terry. We're inches away, and Flair rolls outside. He's rolling out of bounds, and Sting will follow him out. Turnabout is fair play.
Be careful, be careful, be careful. He's waiting for him.
Sting, how can he take it? His chest, his feet red.
Let's get back in the ring, gentlemen, right now.
5 minutes remain.
Get it up, guys. Come on.
Sting is taking it from Flair. And Flair now says, hey, wait a minute. Get back in the ring. That's where it's going to be settled. Sting up and over. Flair trying to reach for the rope. He won't get him down. Straight right hand. Flair with a straight right hand on Sting.
It was a straight right hand, and believe me, that was out of desperation, because if he would have gone on back over, he would have been in serious trouble of losing this match by a pinfall, and if he would have lost it by a pinfall, you're looking at that blonde-headed fella in there, the short-haired one, that would be the champion.
Flair going to try to suplex him outside.
Get on in the ring, one.
Got to be unnecessary, but Sting reversed it. Sting with a standing suplex from the outside back in, and now Sting on top. 1, 2, and Flair kicks out. Boy, this is going to come down to the wire. If they beat each other to a pulp and a draw, Luger's going to win the darn thing. And the Stinger now says, I want some more. His pain threshold has reached its peak. As we said, championships and friendships have been thrown out the window on this night.
They're out the window right now because both of them are using correct fists. Beautiful Veal in a clothesline.
Sting with that clothesline. Will they get him here? No, Flair will kick out. Both men are very fatigued. Both men are battered. The Stinger splash. He got him in a Stinger splash.
Here it goes.
He's going up the Scorpion.
He's got a winner.
The crowd is standing. They have gone nuts here in the Omni. There's the Scorpion. And Flair gets under the ropes very quickly. Flair now with a chop. Coming down on Sting's leg. Trying to go for the figure four.
Katie's standing. Katie's standing right now.
Sting now will get to the rope. He has to. Both men have punished each other unmercifully. They're very concerned about how much time is left. And so are we, quite frankly.
He's got him in a bad position right here. He's got Sting in a terrible position right now. He's driving that leg right into the Sting's knee.
Not much time left, Terry Funk. 2 minutes and counting in this one. Remember the situation. A draw wins it for Luger. Sting must win by a pinfall or submission. And Flair must win by a pinfall, submission, or a countout. And they are not letting up. And now Flair, was he going to go to work on the leg? Yes, he is.
Remember what I said, Flair's got a built-in clock. He knows how long it takes to put that figure four leg lock on, and he knows how long it takes for somebody to submit in it.
Sting reverses the side headlock. Sting underneath, he'll bridge up. He bridged up, oh, what strength. Trying to reverse Flair. Can he hold him down? He's got him back over. 1, 2. What did he get him? No, God, he was so close. He was so close. 1 minute and counting. Inside 60 seconds.
Going back to that leg, going back to that leg.
He held him up, seemingly in suspended animation. And now goes for the figure four. No, he's going to drape it right across the bottom rope and go for the injury.
Oh, that is so painful right there. It's so painful. I'll tell you what.
Luger is 30 seconds away from winning the tournament.
Flair better latch that on and take this fall. He better get onto it or else it's going to be Luger's match. He's got him right now. He's got him set. Flair, you got 15 seconds. Get it up.
Flair, but on the inside cradle. Can he hold him? 1, 2, 3. Yes, sir. Sting has won it. Sting has beat Flair. Sting is the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match and the entire singles tournament is Sting!
Flair was right in his face. Flair was right up in his face. I thought he was going to go right after him after that match was over. He's still going back to him. Here comes the Andersons in there. The Horsemen are in the ring.
What's going on here? Ole and Arn Anderson in the ring.
You better get out of there, Sting.
Flair shook his hand. That is class. What's Arn Anderson doing here? What's going on here? They're holding up the sign of the Horseman. The Stinger has won it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest is for the World Heavyweight Championship. In
blue here at the Great American Bash, his first one-on-one match since early February of this year. He says, Bob, he's at 100%. He says there will be no excuses. He's here to compete man on man. Let's hope it stays that way.
Well, this is what he's had in mind, and he's thought of nothing but this moment now. And it's finally arrived. Let's see if he's up to the task.
The dudes with attitudes there, you see the Steiners, along with the Junkyard Dog and Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, will be setting at all 4 ring corners to make sure the horsemen do not enter the ring. Here's Gary Cappetta.
And ladies and gentlemen, his opponent from Charlotte, North Carolina, weighing 242 pounds. And for the 6th time, he is the World Heavyweight Champion, Nature Boy, Ric Flair.
You know, Bob, since 1905, when the NWA was formed, we've had 3 title changes to begin a decade. 1920, Joe Stecker beat Earl Craddock. 1940, Ray Steele beat Bronco Nagurski. In 1980, Tommy Rich beat Harley Race. There's only been 3 title changes to start a decade. Will this be number 4?
This could be the 4th one, Jim. 1990, the start of the new decade.
Baltimore, the site of the last 3 bashes, but never the site of a world title change. Will this be the night?
Of this World Heavyweight Championship match, the stipulations presented and demanded by Executive Vice President of World Championship Wrestling, Jim Herd. This match must be won by pinfall or submission. The Steiner brothers, the Junkyard Dog, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, the dudes with attitudes surrounding the ring, and also Ole Anderson to be handcuffed to 7'7" El Gigante.
Ole Anderson very irate, but he's not going to be nearly as irate now as he is about right now.
What's this?
El Gigante says, you're going back here. Anderson will not be at ringside. Apparently, Ole Anderson will be well up the ramp. Jim Herd, Executive Vice President of World Championship Wrestling, says it's going to be one-on-one come heck or high water.
It's going to be one-on-one, Jim. There's going to be a winner. There's going to be no disqualification. The dudes with attitudes around the ring, they're there to be sure that the horsemen don't interfere. And as we said before, if Sting doesn't do it, he says he's not going to have any excuses. Look at that.
Ole Anderson, I got much room to sit down there. El Gigante takes up about 2.5 chairs.
That's right. But I tell you, Anderson's not going to go anywhere.
I tell you, Bob, I'd like to filter through the handcuffing, the dudes with attitudes, and get to this. This is what we came to see. This is the young man that people say will dominate the 90s against the man that has dominated the 80s, the Nature Boy. Collar and elbow tie-up, and Sting looking very strong in overpowering the Nature Boy.
Well, he has tremendous body power and stamina. Another thing that he's done, he's expertly perfected a Scorpion Deathlock, and if he can put that on Flair, it can all be over. Jim, the big question mark, of course, though, is Sting's knee. You know, he's worked hard and he's worked long, he's suffered plenty, but he's not wrestled. He's been working out. But that's not like actual combat in the ring. And will that layoff affect his stamina? And of course, he's got to avoid the figure 4. Can you imagine the figure 4 if Flair gets it locked on the knee?
Oh, it's going to be deadly and probably the end of the match.
What's a clean break?
What about the Scorpion Deathlock? Flair has to be aware of that. Flair. Ooh. Ooh, wow, what a chop. You can hear him. Our camera's taking you right in there. You got to think people around the country are flinching. And Sting walks right across. He's walking tall. Flair to the corner. The Stinger has got him up, and his legs are solid underneath. The military press and the Stinger dominating Flair.
He didn't hesitate at all. He went right to it.
High hip lock taken over by Sting. Great drop kick right on the button on Flair. And the Nature Boy rolls outside in this battle for the World's Heavyweight Championship. The Stinger, starting his 4th year in wrestling, didn't debut into the top 10 until '88. Late in the decade that Flair has dominated. And that big chop.
Sting is not even blinking from those blows.
Flair, hip lock, whoa, right on the ramp. Sting clotheslines him back inside the ring. And the world's heavyweight champion already in trouble as the Stinger seems dominant.
He certainly dominated the opening minutes of the match. It's been all Sting. He has really turned the offense loose. Flair's been on the defense ever since the match started.
I'm sure everyone probably assumes that this match will come down to Flair's figure 4 or Sting's Scorpion. I think both men have got those moves so well scouted, I don't think it'll come to that. Flair, thumb to the eye of Sting, whose face is red, white, and blue. Snapmare by the Nature Boy. 6 times he has been the heavyweight champion of the world.
And as you said, Jim, the wrestler of the decade of the 80s, and he's considered by many of the experts as the greatest NWA champion of all time. But you know, no matter how great you are, the time eventually comes, Jim, when you fall. Could this be the time for the Nature Boy?
Well, the thing about it is, Sting has never beat Flair in a championship match. That's the difference. Flair, great suplex. He thinks he has the advantage, and Sting is up quickly. Sting up so quickly, nails him with clotheslines. A pair of clotheslines, and now the Stinger going upstairs. He's going to test the knee early. He's upstairs, he's up on top. High cross body. 1, 2 and a half. Flair barely got out of it.
Almost had him pinned with that cross body off of that rope.
Ric Flair, who was educated in a private school, the son of a doctor. From Minneapolis, Minnesota originally, now lives in Charlotte, North Carolina.
I got to tell you, I'm surprised at the way Sting is able to maneuver. Jim, I thought at least that knee would slow him down a little bit, that he would be a little careful with it. Heck, he's thrown caution to the wind.
I think the people in the media and the fans are more concerned about his knee than he is.
Yeah.
He says he's healthy. I've seen him work out on many occasions. I've seen him use the Stairmaster, the Life Cycle. I've seen him run, seen him lift weights. Bob, he looked 100%. It's hard to believe, but he looked 100%. But Flair, now let's see. This is the test.
Wait a minute, here it comes.
Flair says he's the dirtiest player in the game. Going downstairs, working on the knee. That's the knee, yes, of course. The knee that Sting had operated on.
Well, we pointed out many times that Flair will do anything to retain that championship.
Flair sends Sting for the ride, the Irish whip, but he's clothesline out of the corner. Sting up high for the elbow, and the champion moves out of the way quickly. It's now Flair, spinning toe hold, he's going to set for the figure 4.
He tried to get that figure 4 locked in on that knee. Boy, it's amazing the way Sting has taken the blows and bounced right back.
His resiliency is, we thought, you know, one of his greatest attributes has always been his quickness. But I'll tell you something. We thought perhaps when the injury occurred that it would lessen his quickness. I don't think so. He's as quick as I've ever seen him tonight.
Absolutely. I tell you, it's amazing. Jim, when you realize how severe that injury was, and I'm not sure that a lot of fans are aware of the seriousness of that injury and the serious operation that the young man had to go through.
Big chop now, and that chop took its toll on Sting by the Nature Boy, who really laid it down. That big right hand. Flair picks the challenger up, tosses him outside. Now that's a test of the knee. Landed right on the knee on that rampway.
And again, Sting just shakes it off.
10 minutes gone by. 10 minutes
Flair
gone
with another
by.
big chop there. Sting prone on the rampway. Referee Nick Patrick assigned this contest. This is the first time we've seen him tonight assign only this match. The senior official now in the NWA and World Championship Wrestling.
This is when Ric Flair is at his most dangerous, when he gets the opponent hurt.
He nails him with that knee, Bob. He goes for the chop and then he goes for the knee. Listen to, ooh, wow.
Unreal.
Wow, what a chop. He's paying the price, says the champion of the world. Flair downstairs with the kicks to the knee. Sting limping now, noticeably. But who wouldn't be?
Even if you had a knee that had never had an operation and never been operated on, with a blow like that, you'd have to limp around the ring.
Sting now fighting back. The Stinger with right hands and lefts. It kicks to the midsection. Flair now in trouble. The Stinger with that great explosiveness that we remembered. High hip block, taking Flair over, but he went for the drop kick, but nobody there. Flair, the veteran, stepped out of the way, and now will he go for the figure 4? No, he's going to work on the leg though. Drapes, oh man, right across that bottom rope. He came down with all 242 pounds, the world's champion, taking it to the challenger.
Sting right now has got to be in trouble, Jim, and he's got to be wondering, what can I do at this point? Are my wheels going to hold up on me? Am I going to be on one leg for the rest of the match?
Flair has been on his 6th title reign since May 7th of '89 when he beat Ricky Steamboat at Wrestle War in Nashville. Sting quickly moved out of the way.
Well, Flair's doing exactly what we thought he might do.
Snapmare by the Nature Boy. Measure Sting, goes back to the ropes. Momentum, but nobody home.
Watch out.
Now Sting trying to go for the figure 4. What a change in strategy. This crowd now is standing. They're anticipating Flair submitting here as the Stinger is using the Nature Boys on hold, and Flair quickly goes to the ropes.
He really turned the tables on the champion, Jim. I don't think Flair had any idea that Sting might try to do that.
Flair now pulling Sting outside.
That leg again, that left leg and that knee.
Taking it outside. Big chop. My God, what a chop. Sting's chest is a beaten red. There he goes to the railing. Back first, and he steps right back. He steps right back. Man to man, we're going to go here. The look on the champion's face tells a story. Flair says, wait a minute. And Sting now on top. It's Fist City. Straight right hands. And Flair, the great one, catches him coming in with a foot to the midsection. And now Flair upstairs, but the Stinger's got him. The Stinger has got him. Up he goes. Slammed him right off the top rope. But Flair fights back. Flair trying to hip block. Sting down under. Both arms cupped. Taking the shoulders to the mat. There's one. There's 2 and a half.
What a great match. 2 great competitors going at it. And Sting, the way he bounces back, it's incredible.
Sting thought the referee's count was slow. I did not. In any event, Flair took advantage of the moment and swept the leg right out from under him. Going right for that injured knee. And isn't Ole Anderson quiet at far from ringside? There you see.
And there's the reason again, is he's still handcuffed to the big El Gigante. Nothing he can do but sit there and quietly watch.
Flair now measuring the knee, right on the knee. As flush on the knee as one could, like a bullseye was.
Jim, I think another important thing is that the dudes with attitudes around the ring, we haven't seen any of the horsemen around. That's another important factor in this match.
Flair now, straight right hand, or a kick rather, came with the right hand earlier, very effectively. Downstairs, not to the chest. Downstairs was effective. Sting rolling away now, using the ropes to pull himself back up. Well, Flair measures him, goes for some momentum, and comes right back at the leg. Sting now.
He's got Sting reeling.
Yes, he does, Bob. He certainly does. And Flair pulls him to the center of the ring. Spinning leg lock, which is the primary move before the figure 4. Sting kicked away.
Flair's got one thing in mind now, and that's that leg. Jimmy goes at it at every opportunity.
Ooh. Man, Sting's chest. He looks like he's been in a war, and he has. Nobody delivers those chops like Nature Boy Ric Flair.
It is certainly a war in that ring. Only the fittest are going to survive. And who's the survivor going to be?
Sting, I can assure you, will not submit, will not quit. Oh, Flair slapped him in the face and slams him in the chest.
Look at Sting.
Sting's just trying to reach down. He's trying to block out any pain, and Flair hits him so hard. He wants some more. He says, hit me again, and hit me again, and the champion is doing it. And look at his chest. The blood vessels have been broken. His chest is discolored, and Flair has given him all he's got. Will the knee hold up? Let's see. It held up, Bob. Amazingly enough, it did not buckle.
As he held him up to the air, even after all the punishment he'd taken on that leg, he was able to press him 242 pounds. And
ooh, good God. 2.5. I'm talking inches away.
Almost a new champion. As you said, just a matter of inches, and it would have been Sting, the world heavyweight champion.
Sting now with the right hands. The challenger sends the champion upside down the aisle, and Sting clotheslines him from the apron. Oh my God, what an offensive move. Big time offense by Sting. And the challenger for the heavyweight championship of the world now back in control.
He's got to be smelling that championship right now.
Standing vertical suplex. Sting on top. 1, 2. Flair kicks out.
Again at the count of 2. And again the champion refusing to be pinned.
Flair back in the corner. Irish whip. Sting now. Because it's Stinger splash. And he got him with it. He got him with a Stinger splash. Oh my God, they're standing now in anticipation. Will we see the Scorpion Deathlock?
Yeah. No. What's he going to do?
El Gigante. Ole Anderson wanted to come down.
He's got him in the Scorpion.
He's got him in the Scorpion. How much longer can Flair? Here come the Horsemen.
And there are the dudes with attitude.
There's a fight on the rampway. But Flair trying to crawl to the ropes. Ric Flair doing all he can not to submit. The dudes with attitudes said they were going to keep it one-on-one, and they are.
The Horsemen gave it a try, but they couldn't make it.
But how much longer can Flair hold on? He's in the ropes, but the damage may be done. The damage from the Scorpion may be done. The heavyweight champion of the world has trouble standing. Sting with a big right hand. The dudes with attitudes holding off the Horsemen as Flair takes 2 big right hands.
And Sting has it all going his way.
Shoulder block. He's got his feet on the ropes, and Scotty Steiner just kicked him off. Flair would have liked to have had it cheaper. He'd like to have any kind of victory at this point. Wait, he's got his screwball roll. 2.5. 2.5.
He's been that close several times now.
Side headlock by Flair. Head scissor by Sting. Sting gonna bridge up. Look at the strength of the challenger. He's got both arms covered. Can he get him over? Flair on his shoulders. 1, 2, and we're inches. We are talking inches from a new champion of the world. Look at Flair chopping with all he's got, and the challenger is standing tall. Flair, the Irish whip. Sting went for the knee. He went for the knee, and Flair moved out of the way.
Jimmy hit on that bad knee right on that turnbuckle.
Here comes Flair going for the figure 4. Sting's got him. Inside cradle. Can this be all? Yes! A new heavyweight champion of the world has been crowned. Sting has upset Ric Flair to win the heavyweight championship of the world. The Stinger has done it. The Stinger has done it.
Sting is the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner and new World Heavyweight Champion, Sting!
Fans, there's nothing we can say right now. Take a look at this crowd and take a look in the ring. And over the years, ladies and gentlemen, St. Louis has had more championships decided in this building than any other city in America. 14 world title changes have occurred here in St. Louis, the first being, believe it or not, in 1925 when Joe Stecher defeated Stanislav Zbyszko. No relation to Larry Zbyszko, by the way.
Looks like Popeye the Sailor Man, doesn't he?
No, sir. He looks like he's a real man. Asked Alex Karras how bad he can be. Bruiser is ready for action.
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest for the World Heavyweight Championship, it is the world title versus the mask of this challenger. Parts unknown, weight unknown, the Black Scorpion.
Black Scorpion making his way to the ring. Very mysterious individual.
I don't recognize this guy.
We've had a lot of speculation. Wait just a minute.
What?
Look behind him. I don't believe, are we seeing?
I think I'm wearing Gordon Soley's bifocals. I'm seeing double.
Well, we've got more blacks. Wait a minute here. We got one at the ring. There's another one.
What?
There are four of them.
What was in that grapefruit juice you gave me earlier?
Vitamin C. So this is a little bit strange. 4 scorpions. We knew that there have been a lot of different scorpion sightings, almost as much as Elvis in the last several weeks.
I don't understand what's going on here. And I'm supposed to know everything.
This is a little bizarre. Wow, what's that lowering? Looks like a spacecraft.
Hey, I wasn't briefed about this. This isn't right.
You want to go home to mommy and daddy?
Could I?
Sure could.
They're watching, you know, back in Scarsdale.
We'll get you a glass of warm milk when this one's over. Look at that thing hovering overhead.
What in the world is going on here? Why didn't you tell me about this?
I didn't know about this, Paul. Well, we've had Dick the Bruiser introduced. The cage is here. We've got 4 black scorpions. And this apparatus.
I hate to say this, but I hope Sting beats this guy tonight. I can't take any more of this. I have a weak heart, you know.
It's like a giant pod from outer space of some sort.
The 4 men you see are only messengers. There is only one true Black Scorpion, and it is I.
They are only messengers. There is only one Black Scorpion. And he said, it is I. And there is the man that we have waited to finally see in the ring with the heavyweight champion of the world.
I don't recognize him. Oh, this is too much for me. Ah!
I don't recognize the way he walks.
Well, the stats are a little bit inconclusive. He alleges he's from Sting's past. He's mentioned California and Tulsa in recorded statements. He says he was once Sting's tag team partner. If he fails to win the title tonight, he must unmask. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the Black Scorpion makes his way into the ring, inside the steel, let's go back to Gary Cappetta.
And ladies and gentlemen, from Venice Beach, California, weighing 250 pounds, he is the World Heavyweight Champion. This is Sting!
What an ovation for the heavyweight champion of the world as he steps into the unknown against the unknown. After months and months of speculation, after the mental anguish that he's gone through, hopefully it will be settled right here. Sting is putting the most prestigious championship in our sport on the line against the mask, the identity of the Black Scorpion. And in the cage here in St. Louis, the legendary Dick the Bruiser.
Well, I'm perplexed.
St. Louis has been a very unlucky building for the reigning champions, defending champions. As we said, Dick the Bruiser asking if we're ready, and we're ready to ring the bell, and they're ready to go. 14 world titles have been changed in St. Louis. As a matter of fact, Hall of Fame footballer Bronco Nagurski, who was a world champion, lost his championship 2 times at 40 and 41 right here. So it's been a bad omen, if you will, for the defending champions. Black Scorpion pushing Sting back into the corner.
So now this is it. It's over after this. This is the real Black Scorpion. No more messengers, no more tricks. One-on-one in the cage, and finally we're going to either find out who he is or this guy becomes the heavyweight champion of the world.
That's it in a nutshell. Side headlock by the Stinger. The heavyweight champion with the advantage. Scorpion trying to pick him up, and he does. Nice belly-to-back suplex. Obviously, Scorpion has got some wrestling skills. He's a little bit lost on those ropes, though, however. Great camera shot, looking right down in the ring. Our cameraman sitting right on top of the cage. This is World Championship Wrestling. Don't forget, fans, of course, our next pay-per-view spectacular will be on Sunday, February 24th, from Phoenix, Arizona, Wrestle War 91 with War Games.
I'm trying to figure out this style. I don't recognize it.
Forearm there to the ribs, and an overhand right. Very unique way of throwing the overhand right. And Sting blocking the Scorpion before he ran into that steel cage.
You know what bothers me is that after all these hints, after all these months, this could all have just been a trick. I mean, none of these clues could have been real. It could all have been a lie.
You're right, Paul.
Of course I'm right. You ever know me to be wrong?
You're an expert on lying. And the Stinger hip blocks the Scorpion out, catches him with a clothesline. And the Masked Man very slow to get back up.
But there's nowhere to go. He's trapped inside that cage.
No one in, no one out until the bell sounds to end this one. There's the most dangerous man in wrestling at one time, Dick the Bruiser.
Did you know Gordon Solie interviewed him during his rookie year?
Both men very cautious. It's very hard to prepare for someone that is you have no film on, you have no tape, you have no scouting report. Scorpion doesn't have that disadvantage. Quick movement in this contest, and a nice clothesline by the Masked Man, and the champion of the world goes down. Side salto suplex. On top, we got a lateral press. I don't think enough people have thought about the consequences and the ramifications of this situation because of the unknown quantity of the wrestling ability-wise of the Black Scorpion.
Well, if the Scorpion actually can defeat Sting and win the title in this match, wham!
He's the first world champion in WCW history.
And the thing is, he wouldn't have to take the mask off either.
That's true.
I mean, that's part of the stipulations. He could keep his license as the Black Scorpion. That's a scary situation.
Snapmare by the Masked Man, taking Sting over. Almost a European type move there. The Japanese use this version of the head scissor a great deal.
And as far as I know, this is actually the first time the Black Scorpion himself has wrestled. I mean, we've seen messenger after messenger after messenger after messenger. We now have the actual commodity.
We got 4 messengers down here at ringside, which I'm a little uncomfortable with.
You don't think they're actually going to go in the cage and take the Bruiser in there, do you? I wouldn't want to be around that guy.
Again, interesting head scissor there. Japanese version of the head scissor applied by the Black Scorpion. Dick the Bruiser down, looking at the shoulders.
Well, like I said, if Muta hadn't wrestled earlier tonight, I'd say it was Muta, but it's not. This is someone from Sting's past, we think.
Sting being grounded, the high flyer. He likes to use his flying moves when he can. He's also a tremendous power wrestler. There's a forearm blow from behind. Sent for the ride. Elbow. Right to the pectoral region of the heavyweight champion of the world. And the Masked Man has put his feet on the ropes, and the Bruiser says,
Maybe we can hear his voice. Oh!
Bruiser having a little lecture there. Father to son talk, so to speak.
That's not his place, though.
Great right hand. Inside a steel cage for the world title. Wow, that shook the whole cage. Moved the ring. Our cameraman didn't fall off the top there. He's looking straight down at him. Again, the Irish whip by the Black Scorpion.
And notice not one sound being made by the Scorpion. He's not giving us any sort of clues. Uh-oh. Ooh! Not one sound.
Inverted atomic drop.
He's not giving us any hints, no clues as to who he is.
Sting in a great degree of trouble right here, as the Masked Man has said publicly, follows him in with that clothesline, has said publicly that he wants to break Sting mentally. But I think that the thing that would put the champion over the edge is to lose the title right here. The leg is Grapevine. He's trying to hold the arm down. Sting got that shoulder up. Black Scorpion trying to hold him down. Sting's just so strong. Got the left shoulder off the canvas that time.
And notice, not even any exertion of vocal from the Scorpion. He's not letting Sting have a single clue, not giving anybody a single clue as to who he is. Now that's not Bruiser's place.
Dick the Bruiser is taking the foot off the rope, not allowing the Scorpion to use it for leverage.
The referee should never put his hands on a wrestler, even if the referee does weigh 300 pounds.
Bruiser, former football player for the Green Bay Packers in years gone by. And now, Bruiser again taking those legs off the ropes. He's just not going to stand for that.
And I'd like to say hello to his wife, Olive Oil, who's preparing a nice little spinach salad for Popeye when he
Reverse
gets home
chin lock
tonight.
by the Masked Man. And again, big hammering blows.
Right to the eyes.
And he raked the eyes there.
Well, obviously he doesn't want Sting to see him up close or hear him up close.
Sting in a lot of trouble here. The heavyweight champion just got nailed with a big right hand. Sharp jabs. Stinging left hands. And the champion of the world is a little spaghetti leg. Sting almost out of it. He's being measured and nailed with a right, down to one knee, trying to recapture his faculty, so to speak. And the Masked Man certainly offensive thus far in the contest. Side headlock. Nice football tackle there. Sting, good leapfrog. High up, he's got him up. He got him up with that power shot. Extended the arms in the military press position, and there's a clothesline. And the heavyweight champion now, turning it up offensively.
Wow. Beautiful succession of, oh!
He went face first into the steel, and his face just raked right down the cage as he fell down to the canvas.
But the Scorpion is also hurt. Right now, what the Scorpion needs to do is regain his facilities and go after Sting. The champion is down and he is hurt.
On top, the Masked Man going for the pin and for the world's heavyweight title. Sting got the shoulder up as Dick the Bruiser down to execute the count.
Just a warning now, notice that. Just making sure the Scorpion wants to do that. There are no rules here.
Dick the Bruiser's not going to tolerate a lot of rule breaking by either man, especially the Masked Man. Irish whip, the champion, thrown viciously into the corner, but the Black Scorpion was met. Right foot to the face. The Bruiser down, 1, 2, and a shoulder up. Sting a half a count away from retaining the title. But remember, if Sting wins this match, the mask comes off. Vertical suplex on top, 1. Checking the shoulders. Couldn't quite get him in that pinning predicament there.
The question is, once the mask comes off, what if we don't know this guy? What if we never saw him before? What if we don't recognize him?
Well, if he was a former tag partner and was telling the truth, I'm sure we will recognize him.
It could have all been a lie.
Well, if it is, I don't know, Paul. That's a real good question, though. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, won't we? Straight right hand by Sting. Comes back with those kicks. All the ferocity that he's known for. World champion. Nailing the Masked Man again. This is the match Sting has long waited for. And there is a poke to the eye. The thumb right to the eye of the world's heavyweight champion.
What amazes me, though, is how Sting had just now let go of the throat. Sting is intent on finding out who this guy is.
The Black Scorpion rakes Sting's eyes again to slow down any momentum that the champion is trying to build.
Whoa!
Face first into the cage.
There it is. The Black Scorpion fan club.
Yeah, all 3 of them. The Black Scorpion now. They're right in front of us as the Scorpion has both feet in the face of the champion. He's got his feet right in his face. And the champion is in trouble. Gasping for air.
Sting is in big, big trouble. Oh! Oh! He's ramming the back of Sting's head right into the cage.
Sting is barely able to hang on. He's right between the ropes and the cage here.
Oh!
The Masked Man now opening up the offense. The heavyweight championship of the world versus the identity of the Masked Man is at stake. On top.
Beautiful pile driver by the Black Scorpion.
Sting has that foot on the bottom rope. That'll interrupt the count.
I guess that's the Sting fan club too, huh?
Look, they working that neck vice.
The Scorpion knows all of Sting's weaknesses. Obviously, this has not all been a lie. Obviously, the Scorpion has been Sting's partner sometime in the past. Obviously, sometime in the past, the Scorpion has been close to Sting. Obviously, this is not all been a lie. The Scorpion knows all of Sting's weaknesses, and he's taking full advantage of it right now.
The Scorpion working on the neck of the heavyweight champion. Sting fighting back with all he has. Kicking the Masked Man into the midsection.
Oh!
And I think he got him in the eye, but the Black Scorpion caught Sting with a kick to the ribs. It's hard to call a match when the guy is an unknown commodity, and Sting was wrapped into the steel cage by
Look at the look of concern on the face of the little Stinger.
Big uppercut again from the right side by the Masked Man. He reverses. And Stinger takes him down.
Unbelievable maneuver by the head of all the little Stingers. Sting himself. But the fact is the Scorpion is still alive, and Sting's calling for the mask.
Scorpion's got him Irish whip. The Stinger, Stinger splash in the corner. Down goes the Black Scorpion. The Stinger now. Will he go for the Scorpion Deathlock?
If he hooks this, it's all over.
He's got him, he's setting back on it. Will the Black Scorpion give it up? The Bruiser's in great position.
Somehow the Scorpion needs to escape, or it's going to be all over for the Black Scorpion.
The Scorpion trying to low crawl. Sting in a weakened position there.
Obviously, he knew the one way how to get out of the Scorpion Deathlock. This is obviously a guy from Sting's. Oh!
And the Black Scorpion ran right into the steel cage, and he takes the mask off, but he's got another one on.
There's one. Oh, there you go. All the little Stingers worried about their hero, because if he loses, it's all over for Sting. He'll never recover from a defeat like this.
He looks a little bit more familiar now that one dark mask is off. The Black Scorpion seemingly trying to climb out of the cage. Sting and the Scorpion up on the top rope. Sting all the way from the top down from that gut shot.
It's all! Sting needs to get him here!
Sting now up on the top. Blinded by the Scorpion. Scorpion now sends him, no, it's reversed by the champion. The champion's got him, nails him with the right hand, sends him face first into the steel cage. He nailed him face first into the steel cage.
Wham!
I think the Scorpion has been lacerated. There's a military press.
Oh my!
Rodney, he speared him right into the steel.
And that mask is ripped. That mask is ripped. And Sting really has to turn it on now.
I don't know how much time we have left. I'd love to know, though. Stinger's got him.
Wow!
He got him with a clothesline. He got him with a clothesline.
Sting needs to take it on him now.
Straight right hand by the champion of the world. The Black Scorpion has been battered. The Stinger going up top. Standing on the top rope, and he flies. The heavyweight champion caught him. 1, 2, 3, and we got a winner.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the winner and still World Heavyweight Champion.
Wait a minute. Here come the other Scorpions. Sting and Dick the Bruiser fighting off the other Scorpions.
This is crazy.
The other Scorpions hit the ring.
Now would be the time for the real
They're
Scorpion.
taking mask off right and left. Dick the Bruiser and the Stinger.
The Scorpion's got to escape. The Scorpion is going to escape.
The Scorpion's got to take that mask off, but he's trying to escape. He's trying to crawl over the top. We got about 2 minutes left. The Scorpion trying to crawl out.
He
He's
needs to
right
get
above
out.
us. Arn Anderson just nailed Dick the Bruiser from behind with a steel chair. Wyndham and Anderson are here to take over on Sting.
We got about a minute left. DDT on the chair.
The DDT, the champion. We got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left in the match in this whole pay-per-view.
Wham!
Anderson with a chair.
They're trying to finish him off for good. They are trying to finish Sting off for good.
Well, if it's a horseman in there, then it leads me to believe that it would be, could it be another horseman under that mask?
No way. Oh, who is it?
There's a Seaman and Ricky Morton trying to climb the cage.
They got the cage door locked. Nobody's here to save Sting. Not even the little Stingers can save him now.
The Scorpion is on top of Sting, nailing him. The champion has been battered, but he beat the Black Scorpion. Here come the Steiners. They got some bolt cutters or something.
They better have some CPR skills. I think it's over for Sting.
Sting, back to his feet. Grabbing the mask. Trying to pull it off. And here it comes. Here comes the mask.
Who is it?
It's got blonde hair.
But it's not long hair. Who is it?
We got 30 seconds. It's Ric Flair.
Ric
The Black
Flair.
Scorpion is Ric Flair.
It's Nature Boy Ric Flair.
Sting won the title. He's retained the title. The Black Scorpion was Nature Boy Ric Flair. What a wind down to Starrcade 90. Sting defeats the Black Scorpion. It turns out to be Nature Boy Ric Flair, and we'll see you at Wrestle War.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the feature confrontation. It is set for one fall with TV time remaining. It is for the NWA Heavyweight Championship. Introducing first the challenger from Venice Beach, California, weighing 251 pounds. This is Sting.
It's a moment we've been waiting for a long time, Jesse Ventura.
What a confrontation. It was made a week ago, and the Nature Boy has to come through with his end of the bargain, Tony.
Well, he's a man of his word. There's no doubt about that. Ric Flair and Sting as we await the arrival of the NWA champion.
And ladies and gentlemen, his opponent from Charlotte, North Carolina, weighing 245 pounds, and for the 10th time, he is the World Heavyweight Champion, Nature Boy Ric Flair.
Take the phone off the hook. Don't worry about anything that's in the oven right now. It'll take care of itself because we got a classic. In all the years, Jesse, that I've been a part of WCW, I can't remember a main event like this one.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tony, I'm thrilled to death to be having this on WCW Saturday night. The Nature Boy, Ric Flair, 10-time World Heavyweight Champion, defending against that man, the most popular man in WCW, the Stinger.
We will have the match in its entirety as it begins right after this timeout. All right, Ric Flair and Sting set to go. One fall television time remaining here on WCW Saturday night on TBS. A good look at Stinger, a little high five between the combatants. It's not like they haven't faced each other for that belt before. It was July 7th, 1990, Baltimore, the Great American Bash. Sting became the World Heavyweight Champion, defeating Ric Flair in the January of the following year at the Brendan Byrne Arena in the Meadowlands. Ric Flair wins the title back from Sting.
So I guess you'd call this the rubber game of the series, wouldn't you?
You certainly would.
It's a game apiece, and it's down to the third one. What a memory you got, Tony, to pull them dates right out of the top of your head.
How about that, Joe?
Unbelievable.
And I didn't even write it down. Collar and elbow tie-up, side headlock applied. One thing that Sting has going for him, and that is has got great cardiovascular conditioning. The man can really go. The same thing can be said about Flair. As a matter of fact, both men are very similar in their styles, Jess.
Well, everybody knows there's no doubt about it. The Nature Boy is the hour-long man. The longer the match goes, the stronger Nature Boy Ric Flair generally gets. But Stinger also in great condition. What we got here now, Tony, a little feeling out process. They're going to go hold for hold, tit for tat a little bit. Little psych out job. Oh, and look at the Nate. She goes to the rope. Takes the easy way out. I like that. That's using your head. Why expend the energy if you don't have to?
Right before this telecast, I was talking to Sting, and I wanted to ask him about War Games, Fall Brawl he'll be involved in. He said, I don't even want to talk about War Games right now. I'm thinking about being the NWA champ, being a world champion once again. Full arm dragon twist, and Sting.
Well, Sting had the pressure on. Nature Boy had nowhere to go but over flat on his back. It's either that or lose the arm.
These two men hooked it up for the very first time as Flair is trying to get out of this. In April of 1988, in our very first Clash of the Champions event, right here on TBS. And what an event that was from Greensboro, North Carolina. They have had some classic matches since then. They have a tremendous amount of respect for each other, like you heard just last week. And what a great tag match these two men had against the Colossal Kongs. And they worked well as a team. But now, like you said, Flair holding up his end of the bargain, knowing that right in front of maybe the biggest audience he's ever put the NWA title on the line for, that he can lose the title again.
Stinger with a big shoulder block, driving the champion down on the mat. Look at the Nature Boy telling the referee, why don't you keep your mouth shut?
Well, one thing
he ain't gonna win no points with the ref with that, Tony.
No, and of course he's a veteran, Jesse. He's not worried about that. One thing we've always known about Flair, Jesse, is the fact that he likes to control the match, control the pace, control the tempo, and he likes to have things go his way, and he's the man that'll get in the face not only of a referee, but any WCW official. Sting holds on.
Nature Boy with a nice move, Stinger with a good counter.
Flair trying to get out. He got away, single leg pickup. He's going for the figure four. And Sting saw that one coming and just kicked away from it.
Well, pretty early to go after the figure 4 leg lock, but you never know. You can catch your opponent off guard, get it hooked, win the match quick.
That's right. I was surprised. I was wondering what you felt about going for the figure 4 like that. Maybe Flair thinks the best time to get Sting is early in the match.
Well, you know, usually you want to soften the leg up for it, but that's expected. You know, a guy knows if Flair goes after the leg and works on the leg what he's setting up for. Maybe Nature Boy figures trying to get it out of the blue.
Look at the concentration on the face of the Nature Boy.
Well, this is for all the marbles. Nobody wants to be the first guy to make a mistake, Tony. It could cost you everything.
Side headlock. Shoulder block. Oh! Flair's hurt. Flair is hurt that time. Sting was going to elevate him for a press slam. Flair kind of slipped off and I think hurt himself that time, and really Sting maybe got a better advantage.
Well, Sting with a reverse chin lock. Already early in the bout, the paint starting to spread.
It has been a very successful 1993 already for Sting. In London, he became WCW champion, defeating Big Van Vader, but lost it back in Dublin, Ireland, during the WCW tour of the UK.
Was it an Irish whip that cost him?
No, it was not. And now the full arm dragon twist. Now Flair. Sting reverses. Sting now goes up top.
And that time he catches the Nature Boy. Big press slam. And look at Flair, he's in pain.
Yeah, but he's smart too. He's going for the ropes.
Absolutely, but look at how smart the Stinger is. He don't let him get away with it. He's bringing him back in the hard way with a full vertical suplex. Not good for the lower back area, Tony. I could testify to that.
Flair, like we said, likes to dictate the tempo of the match, and that's exactly what he's doing. Sting with a couple of great offensive moves, but Flair going back to the corner, slowing things down now.
Well, and Sting being very cautious. He made a couple of great moves and he backed off from it. He doesn't want to give the Nature Boy the opening. Sting wrestling, in my opinion, very defensive. And you know, there is a time limit, a TV time on this match. Sting can't afford to be too defensive. He's got to go on the offense.
Sting. Boston Crab. This could be over. It could be over right here.
Flair shaking his head no.
We've got Flair fans. We've got Sting fans in the audience here.
Stinger sitting back with the Boston Crab, putting the pressure on the lower back of Nature Boy Ric Flair. And you remember, Tony, earlier in the bout, the big press slam on the lower back. The suplex from the outside back in. Flair's back not in good shape right now.
That is one part of the body that opponents have focused on when they do battle against Ric Flair, is the back.
And Flair makes it to the ropes, and the Stinger with a clean break.
There was a time in this sport when Flair had a severe back injury. Injured in an airplane crash, and many people thought that he would never wrestle again. We talk about the longevity of Ric Flair, about the conditioning of Ric Flair. Let's talk about Flair's never say die attitude. A man who has come back from tremendous adversity to be the single most dominant world champion the sport has ever known. 10 times says it all. They have focused on the back, and that's what Sting is doing right here. So he's got a game plan that he derived from many years ago.
Right now, a big advantage for the Stinger, but you know, he allowed Flair to roll outside the ring. He allowed the Nature Boy to get his momentum back. He allowed the back to rest a little bit. I personally don't think Sting is aggressive enough, Tony.
You talked about a feeling out period, Jesse, and I agree. I think that feeling out period's over with. Oh my, here we go.
Well, we knew it had to happen. We knew Nature Boy'd start roughing it up. A second big chop on the Stinger. And now I'll bet Stinger's wishing he'd been a little more aggressive a little early on.
Those chops took their toll on Sting. You see the snapmare takeover. And Flair with the head of steam. Sting move! Sting going for the legs! Right on the knee of Flair. Oh, Flair almost got caught.
Now that's interesting. That's very interesting, Tony. Sting shifting. He had Flair's back hurt. Had it hurt pretty good, and now he's shifted over. And he's got a half Boston Crab. Now the pressure back on the back again.
And Flair, as we mentioned before and heard before, you can listen, he's in a lot of pain.
He's hurting. I couldn't believe Stinger would switch to the leg and not get it back to the lower back again. When somebody's hurt, you don't want to go after another body part.
Once again. Oh, once again he lands. That time he landed more on his hip, Jess, than he did his back. 1, 2. Flair prone on the mat, and Sting takes flight, giving Flair ample opportunity to roll out of the way. Wow, what a battle we are seeing.
Well, he telegraphed that one, Stinger did. He actually got too much altitude on that elbow. He didn't need to go that high in the air. It gave Nature Boy the opportunity to move out of the way. And Flair, the veteran he is, took advantage of it.
Both men back up. Flair gets the first blow in. Whips him far side. Sting reversing, trying to hook, and yes, getting an abdominal stretch.
Flair may have to concede this. If that back hurts too much, Tony, I don't care how tough you are, there's not a worse thing you can have injured than your lower back.
But we've seen it so many times, like we talked about, Jess.
And Flair's got to make sure he yells no, because with Sting rocking him back and forth, his head looks like he's saying yes.
Exactly. And
so verbally, he's got to make sure he's clear when he yells no.
And that's a great point, Jess, and that's exactly what he is doing, shouting no. Now he's shaking his head no, saying I can't. You are listening to Nick Patrick. He is intense as well. What a match.
Look at that. Oh, he made it to the rope.
He sure did. Oh, my goodness. Tremendous show of ability, fortitude from the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. As Sting once again circles in. Here he goes. Again, he hits the back to the turnbuckle. Flair moved out of the way. Sting hit Joe first to the top turnbuckle.
And again, the Stinger with that high elevation allowed the Nature Boy out of the way. And Flair's taking it to the floor, Tony.
He's going for a pile driver on the floor. No.
Reverse. Body drop on the floor. There's only one problem. Stinger needs to throw him back in the ring. You can't win the title on a count out.
You're right. And Ric Flair getting to his feet. You talking about a champion. Here's a man who could stay on the floor and retain the title, but he's crawling back to the ring, Jess.
He still wants to win it.
You're not kidding, he does.
I don't care who you are, Tony. You want to win it in the middle.
Big clothesline and Sting. Covering now. Flair's, did he get it?
No.
Wow.
2 count.
Sting thought he had it. Many fans here did also. So did I. Ric Flair. All the energy he's got right now just to scoot back to a neutral corner. He's back up. I think he's going to try to lure Sting in here. Sting, though, not going for it at all. Look at Sting is really playing smart here, Jess.
He's being very patient. He's not allowing, as you said, Tony, for Flair to get him. Ooh, and Flair drives a forearm into the abs.
Yeah, you know, you could
Another one.
You could just tell that Flair, during that exchange right now, was not as bad off as he appeared. just something about Ric Flair in the years I've seen him. He had really taken a second win, maybe on the outside there, after the back body drop. Wow, what a match. And Flair now, he's dumping Sting on the outside.
Stinger's rebounded right back in again. Ooh, and Nature Boy thought he was going to buy himself a little time. Stinger right back in, putting the pressure on, but he walks into the boot.
That time he did go to the corner, you're right, and that's where Flair wants him. Sting fighting out, though, the corner. We talked about the intestinal fortitude of Flair, and once again, the parallel careers of these two men, just the same. Sting absorbing those backhanded chops, and not many people have been able to do that in this sport. Sting measuring Flair, but he thought better of it. Once again, the pressure on the back of Ric Flair. Other side.
Back-to-back turnbuckles. And the Nature Boy slumps to one knee in the corner.
Side headlock by Flair. What's he gonna do? Oh, he's got him in the corner again! And again, Sting absorbs the blows. And again, Flair hooks him and shoots him in. Sting with a shoulder block. Again!
And Flair's on rubber legs right now. Look at how smart Nature Boy is, though. Raises the hand, begs off for time, rolls out of the ring. Gonna collect himself. Stinger going on after him. Smart move, though. If Flair don't beat him inside.
On the inside, Steamboat are making Sting follows in.
And a beautiful move by the Nature Boy. He hung onto that top rope. Sting clotheslined himself.
What a match we are seeing. We got fans all over the world watching. But as we have wrestling fans everywhere, Jesse, we also have many wrestlers watching on in attendance tonight. The World Television Champ, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. WCW World Champion Big Van Vader watching on. You know, Dustin Rhodes, maybe Ravishing Rick Rude watching on. Sid Vicious. They're all watching closely the outcome of this match for the NWA title. Who would be next? And who would they get, Flair or Sting?
Well, obviously, if Sting wins the title, it would only be fair for Nature Boy to have the first shot at regaining it for an unprecedented 11th time. But if the Stinger loses, he goes down the ladder, and then who becomes the #1 contender?
Well, if he would go down the ladder, it wouldn't be far. Flair now, once again, maybe the second win now, because he looks like he's in pretty good shape now. Feeling good. Having problems with some of the fans here at ringside. Flair with a shoulder block. And Sting now finds himself in his first real trouble in this match.
Well,
why don't you keep your mouth shut?
Look at the Nature Boy giving it to the referee.
And you got to hand it to Nick Patrick. This referee has stayed right in there. He has tried to control. 1, 2. 1, 2. Nick looking in once again. He has stayed right with these two combatants. There's a 2 count.
Well, it's an excellent controlling hold by Nature Boy Ric Flair. Almost getting the pin on Stinger 3 or 4 times. And a hold like this allows the Nature Boy to rest, but it keeps the pressure on Sting.
Sting tumbled out of that. And now Flair is really irate at the official. And the fans drawing their own battle lines here as to who they want to win this match.
Whoa, and that chop had effect. The earlier ones might have not had the effect of that one, but that one you saw Sting's head reel back in the corner and he sunk to the mat.
Oh, look at Flair, look at this.
Oh, Nick Patrick caught him. He caught him.
The chant of Let's Go Flair. And the chant of Let's Go Sting.
It's 50-50, Tony. Half of them are yelling, let's go Sting. Half of them, let's go Flair.
Flair puts Sting up and back down. Nick Patrick. You know, like you pointed out just moments ago, Sting really forcing a lot of energy just to get out of this pity predicament here, Jess.
Absolutely. Smart moves by the Nature Boy.
We do need to take a break. The tape machines are rolling. If anything happens during the break, we'll show you what happened. Let's take a look at what happened while we are away on commercial break.
Here you see the Nature Boy up on top. Coming with the cross body. Stinger flips it over, hooks the leg. Referee Nick Patrick, 1, 2, and almost a 3 count. But the Nature Boy managed to get the shoulder out.
And that was really the closest near fall we've had. We are back to action here. Both men giving it their all. NWA title, and Nick Patrick issuing the 10 count. Flair is back up.
Well, we don't want no double 10 count. By no way do we want that to happen.
Flair hook Sting. Belly to back suplex.
Nature Boy with a cover.
2 again. You know, here's a come on. I can't help to think, Jesse, it's competition like this and matches like this that has made our sport what it is today. 2 men going at it, giving it their all.
You can hear Nature Boy's fans chanting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'll tell you, this is great. The crowd literally split 50-50 down the middle, I think, Tony.
Once again, Flair with a high-risk maneuver. He's waiting on Sting. He got him. And Sting fell to the ropes.
Nature Boy caught him with the forearm off the top. A lot of momentum on that move.
That one bounced into the corner and down to the floor.
And right now, Nature Boy's staying inside the ring. He's got the option here, Tony. He can take it to the floor or wait for the Stinger to get back in.
Elbow on the back of the head. Sting, sunset flip.
Can he get him over? No. Oh, now there's no call for that. Referee should not do that.
2 count.
That stunk, Tony.
Into the ropes.
He's trying to get Flair over in a backslide. Muscle against muscle. Stinger's winning it.
Again, a 2 count.
Well, one thing about Nick Patrick, the referee, he's ensuring that it's going to be a total 3 count, which he should do always in a world title match.
And his count has been consistent. Flair, his legs, oh my, his legs that time hit the top ring post. And Flair, you hear the 10 count. Once again, Flair, even though he could stay on the outside, looking to get on the inside and win this one in the ring.
Well, oh, he thumbed him. Thumbed him to the eye. You know, there's a reason Flair wants to do that. Because if Flair were to get counted out, you know WCW would order another rematch. So I think Flair wants to try to beat Sting once and for all.
Flair, nowhere to go, but down. In a big way. A really big way. cover.
No! Total instinct on the part of the champion.
This is nothing less than incredible, Jesse. Sting! With his biggest offensive flurry in a long time. Flair goes out. Now the question is
the ref is letting that slide. He could have disqualified him there, Tony.
But he didn't do it. Uh-oh. Oh, my. Now tempers are really flaring here.
Nice pun.
Well, that didn't bother Sting at all.
He's stalking the Nature Boy.
Side headlock Sting. Over the top. Shooting Flair in and rolling him up.
No. Again, two.
Unbelievable.
And he thumbed him again. Great move by the Nature Boy.
Well, he took the advantage, didn't he?
Imagine the precision, Tony, just to stab that thumb out that quick and make contact with the eye.
Truly one of the greatest matches we've had for you in the 20-plus year association of Pro Wrestling and Turner Broadcasting. And you're watching it here on Saturday night.
Flair, I'm telling you right now to get the man out of the corner. You got to back it up. 1, 2.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh, on the knee.
You know what he's setting up for.
Figure 4 leg lock. Here it comes. There it is.
He's got it hooked in the middle.
The figure 4 leg lock.
Flair with the figure 4. We'll see how much guts the Stinger's got now. What are you laughing about, Tony?
You said Flair, I said Sting. Just like the fans here.
Flair leaning back, trying to put every bit of pressure on the Stinger. How long can the Sting stand the pain?
Flair rocking back. Sting has to either get to a rope or turn it. Sting tried to turn that time, but Flair grabbed the arm and pulled him back the other way.
Look at them both. They're holding the fists in the air. Who's gonna quit, Tony?
It's the balancing game now. And it is Sting. It's Sting with the reversal. And now. And that was too much pain for both men that time, Jess. That reversal of a figure 4 leg lock certainly puts the pressure on Flair, but also a lot of pain on Sting as well.
I believe both contestants' legs are gone at this point.
Sid Vicious has arrived, and he is at our broadcast location, and he is watching the match. And I said many great athletes are in the back watching this match, and Sid Vicious, this is a classic.
This is a classic, Tony Schiavone. I'm going to tell you something. Everybody in the wrestling world today is watching this. That's why I'm out here. But I have one question. Why I am not the guy in the ring right now. I should be out there. Not Sting. I should be out there going for the world title. See what we have here, Jesse Ventura, is a good example. There's 3 types of bees in this world. There's one that's called a honeybee, right? The other example is Sting, a wannabe. And your third example is Ric Flair, I used to be.
That from Sid Vicious, and
That's 3 B's for you,
Tell
Tony.
you something I find this funny too. The world champion
Big chop.
is out here. You get the world champion, right? He's collecting Social Security. Is that part of being the world champion?
He's not a big chop. And Flair, the great champion he is, they're going to.
Both great athletes. Both great athletes in their own right.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll go on the record and say if Nature Boy wins this, it's going to send Stinger down, and Big Sid's probably next in line.
I am begging for the winner of this match.
All right, well, there's a challenge from Big Sid Vicious. And Sting now with a second win. Oh, my!
Big press body slam.
Right there, I'd give Flair the power bomb and it'd be over. Look at him, he's taking his time.
Well, Sid Vicious is a man who, 1, 2.
No! Again, 2.5.
He would have never kicked out if I'd been on top of him. If I'd have been there, 1, 2, 3, the people have been screaming, Sid Vicious, the new world champion.
Again, a near fall and a 2 count. We have been certainly joined by Sid Vicious, a man who says he should have had this title shot.
And we got to tell the world too, Tony, this is 1 fall to the TV time limit, and it's got to be drawn a little closer.
Flair.
Inside cradle.
Sting rolls him up. 1, 2, and
no.
Sid, that was close. You
that was
there
close.
too.
I'm sitting here right here just holding on to you. It's so close.
Don't hold on too tightly.
Okay, Tony.
Flair and Sting.
Big right hand. Stinger's going up. He's going to hammer him now.
Come on, Sting, you got it. Come on,
Nick Patrick trying to take charge. Flair has Sting. Atomic drop. He didn't connect, but Sting did with a clothesline. He yanks off some of the paint and covers. 1, 2.
Foot on the rope.
Oh, my. Positioning Sid Vicious, as you know, is so important.
Flair right now is wrestling on total instinct.
Just like the old elephants, right before they die, they know where to go. Isn't that right? An old elephant, right before he dies, he knows the old elephant graveyard. And that's what's happening to Flair right now. Just got an instinct he knows to get up and take one more punch to the guy.
And a big blow to the gut. This time, Sting with reckless abandon, flying through the air, catching the knees of Ric Flair.
We got the double count going now. It's a race to see who gets to his feet first.
Here it is.
Up to 5.
6.
I don't even think the referee wants it to end that way.
Of course he doesn't.
Can you imagine all the millions of people sitting home watching this? And they know that I should be out there right now. But I have issued the challenge. And if I don't get this challenge, it's just a proven fact to me and everybody else that WCW is scared to give me that title shot.
Big clothesline. Well, those comments from Sid. Look at this from Sid Vicious. We've got a figure 4.
Not the figure 4.
Stinger hooks the figure 4.
Right there. That's a mistake. That's Flair's. Flair's favorite hold. He's not going to take Flair to the figure 4.
Well, those comments from Sid Vicious, who feels this is a mistake. But it looks like he's got it locked on here, Jess.
He's got it locked good. Earlier in the bout, it was Nature Boy Ric Flair that had the figure 4 hooked, and it was Sting that rolled over and reversed it. Can Flair do the same thing now?
Five minutes remaining in the TV time limit. Wow. How long have we gone? About what? 30,
it's got to be 30 or past.
This is incredible. And believe you me, it's the month of August, and it's hot. And these men have given it their all.
Nature Boy gets to the ropes.
He got out of it, and it's what Sid Vicious said. It's his hold. He knew how to get out of it.
Exactly, Tony.
Right to the ropes, and the referee getting between Sting and Flair. You can see Sting.
We really can see Sting for a change. There ain't no paint left.
There's not any paint, you're right. 1, 2. Flair's got his foot on the ropes.
If he gets away with it, he stays champion. Cradle. No.
2 count.
Big right hand by the Nature Boy.
I will say one thing. I don't think I've seen a more exciting match like this on WCW in a long time.
And I would agree with that, Sid Vicious.
I'll give credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
You're a short guy. They're short guys.
Well, you can't really... Big chop.
A second one.
There's nothing more painful than those chops. I cannot stand those chops by Ric Flair.
He knows how to lay him in. You're exactly right.
But to no effect on the Stinger at this point. Wheels Flair in.
It gets back to the conditioning we talked about, Jesse, early on in the match. Both men with tremendous amount of conditioning and both men showing it right here. Oh my, they're going up top again. This time, it could be a superplex coming here.
This is where Sting has got the odds on his side right here. On the ropes, high flying. This is where Flair's in trouble.
And you may be right, Sid.
There it is. This should be it. If I did that to Flair, that would be over.
But Sting hit his head on the mat.
That's exactly right. Sting's hurt.
The Nature Boy's back is probably out from earlier injury when his back was hurt. But Stinger's head hit that time. And neither man getting up.
The cover. 1, 2.
Foot on the rope.
Oh my.
Again.
Who wants it? That's the question now. Who wants it?
Tony, you're standing next to the man who wants it. Sid Vicious.
Big press body slam.
Endurance, go this long and press a man over your head like that.
Into the midsection. Big shot. Flair limping towards Sting. Trying for one more last shot. Sting, Flair. They go over the top. And right to the floor.
This is ridiculous. Get out!
Now Sid Vicious getting into it. Encouraging both men to get up.
I'm encouraging them to get up too. I don't want the match to end like this.
Sid Vicious. Oh my, Sting hit hard. Wait a minute, a count out.
That's the bell. The winner, the Nature Boy.
Ric Flair wins the match, but he jerked his hand down. He's pointing at Sid Vicious. Flair does not want it this way. He wants Sid Vicious now.
He's crazy.
Harlem Heat. Flair's taking on 2 men. He retains the NWA title. And now Sid Vicious. And Sting. Sting and Sid going at it. Double clothesline. Vince, we are out of time. Well, the All-Pro, the superstar from the Orlando Magic, Shaquille O'Neal.
Oh, I thought that was Bugsy, the guy that plays for Charlotte. Or Muggsy. Or Bugsy. Or Muggsy.
You're wrong again. You are the brain, aren't you?
Undoubtedly.
Here we go.
The Nature Boy, Ric Flair. And take a look at his face, Brain.
Look at the eyes. You can tell by the eyes. He is thinking about Hogan. He's got to think about Sting. Believe me, Sting isn't thinking about Hogan. He's thinking about Flair. See, he's distracted. Hulk Hogan is nothing but a major distraction.
Ric Flair fans, Sting fans, Hulkamaniacs, they're all in this building together. And Nature Boy Ric Flair, the 11th-time heavyweight champion of the world, is in the ring.
Sensational Sherry with Flair or Sting. Maybe Jesse's right. Maybe she was looking for Jesse.
These two men faced each other in the very first Clash of the Champions back in 1988. At that time, it was for the World Heavyweight Championship. This time, it's to unify two world titles. Sting and Ric Flair, they're going to do it again. Both men are in the ring. Nick Bockwinkel is there. Let's go now. Down to the ring and Michael Buffer.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. This is indeed the true Clash of Champions. This special match is sanctioned by the WCW Board of Directors, and it will be supervised personally by the WCW Commissioner. In attendance here in the ring right now, Mr. Nick Bockwinkel. And the referee assigned for this unification match is Randy Anderson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Charleston, South Carolina, let's get ready to rumble!
Oh, yeah! I'm ready, Schiavone.
This is a world title unification match.
This is the
for
one.
the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world.
Waiting all my life for this.
Introducing first, wearing gold and weighing in at 238 3/4 pounds from Charlotte, North Carolina, the 11-time heavyweight champion of the world, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair.
He's thinking about Hogan.
And his opponent,
you're right,
wearing black and gold and weighing 249 1/2 pounds from Venice Beach, California. He's a 5-time world champion and current international world heavyweight champion, the one, the only,
The Nature Boy, Ric Flair, and Sting. Tonight will be one champion. Tonight will be one title here in World Championship Wrestling.
The world's been waiting for this, Tony. Everyone's been waiting for this. One champion. Can you imagine? There's one in baseball, one in football, one in hockey, one in basketball, and tonight, right here from Charleston, live on TBS. Here, what's this?
There you see Nick Bach.
That's not Bockwinkel. That's Sherry. It's got to be Sherry.
Sensual Sherry is making her way to the ring.
It's got to be Sherry. Who else could it be?
She is, if that is her, look at Flair. She's going to apparently choose her man here. I guess it comes down to Flair or Sting.
If that's Sherry. She walks like Sherry. Oh, we know now. She has selected Sting.
Look at that face paint.
The same as Sting's face paint.
Fans, she has apparently selected Sting. We'll have the unification match with Sherry apparently in Sting's corner after this.
I don't believe it.
All right, fans, we are back. The bell sounds. It's for the unification of the world heavyweight and the world international titles, Sting and Flair. And Sting shoving Flair down. Both men very aggressive, but Sting showing the power here early on.
Rick, you've done it 11 times. You've walked that aisle 11 times. This is really, as far as I'm concerned, the big one. This is the mother of all championship matches. This is the big daddy right here. Flair, don't let it slip through your fingers. And believe me, Sting's got to be thinking the same way.
Flair won his WCW World Heavyweight title by beating Vader. And that was at Starrcade. Sting, if you go back to Slamboree, won his international title by beating Vader. When they were going to hand the title back to him after what happened in Japan, he said, no, I want to win it in the ring. And there's always been animosity there between the two. They've had some classics. We talked about the first Clash in '88. What about the Great American Bash in Baltimore, July 7th, 1990? Sting beat Flair to win the world title on that day. The Meadowlands, January of '91. Flair won that title back last August on TBS. Here on TBS, Saturday night, a classic between Ric Flair and Sting. And now it comes down to two men, like Hulk Hogan earlier said, the two greatest in WCW to unify the titles. And you're seeing it exclusively here, live on TBS. Great reversal by Sting into a hammerlock with Flair's in the ropes. And Randy Anderson calls to the break.
I can't get over sensuous Sherry sitting in the corner of the Stinger.
It shocked everybody. She came out with her mask on. She came out with Sting's black and white colors, painted her face, and now as Sting flexes the muscles for Flair.
See, this is not Ric Flair. You can tell Hogan has gotten under his skin. He wouldn't go out there and flex to the humanoids. He always concentrated on his opponent. But am I right, Giovanni? He just looks askew tonight. You know what I mean? His thinking is just not there. He's trying to get it back now. He's trying to get his focus. Speaking of focus, look at that kisser.
Sensual Sherry in the corner of her man. Incredibly, Sting. Well, she said it was really business, remember? She told us on Saturday night. Side headlock now. Flair goes in, Sting goes down. Boy, Sting looks in top shape.
Wow!
Irish whip far side. A pickup. Flair rolls out and does a nosedive right in front of Sherry.
Be careful, Rick. She'll put the boots to you. She's done it before to people.
Get out of my face with that damn thing.
Am I right, Giovanni? Does he seem focused?
You got a problem, huh? You got a problem?
Boy, he is.
This isn't Ric Flair. He never has words with the humanoids. He never lets anybody get under his skin like this. Don't get counted out, Rick.
Well, you're right.
My goodness. This is it. All your life you've worked for this, to unify this once and for all. To get counted out, this isn't.
This is the most, obviously, as you take a look at.
Is that Sting or Sherry? I can't tell.
That's Sting. That's Sherry. You're right. No doubt about it, the most important match in WCW history. Unification is here. One world champion will emerge. Flair has had problems with everybody. Sting has looked sharp in the opening moments of this one-on-one matchup and still looks great. He is in phenomenal shape, Stinger.
Well, don't forget, Flair's coming off a couple tough matches with Vader. Then the classics with Steamboat. I mean, his body has taken a beating.
Well, what do you think about Sting at Slamboree against Vader? That wasn't easy.
Oh, they almost handed it to him.
Sting. My goodness. Sting is in phenomenal shape. He absorbed a Flair blow. Sting again.
I got a hunch we got ourselves a champion named Sting.
You're right. Sting as Flair tumbles on the outside.
Flair just doesn't have it in his eyes. He's got a distant look. There's no drive in there. There's anger, there's hatred, but there's not that winning drive that I'm used to seeing.
The great pros in this sport, including Ric Flair, will tell you that a lot of times matches are won and lost in training.
Now look, he's halfway down the aisle. He's talking to the Ham and Eggers of this world. Rick, focus on the man with the paint. Get in that ring and fight like only you can do it, Ric Flair.
You're doing an awful lot of coaching here.
Well, I mean, the man's been a great champion. I looked up to him, haven't you? Of course you have. Well, you look up to anybody like Ogre and that'll grease your palm probably.
All right, Flair back in. Sting has been overwhelming in the opening moments of the match. We talked about training and preparation. Look at the focus in those eyes.
You know, and it looks to me like I think Sting has his number. Sting knows where Flair's mind's at.
Flair with a knee to the gut.
He's even got the same colors on as Hogan.
And That's the first time Sting, or Flair actually, has had any offenses. Sensual Sherry, the newest Stinger, looks on.
Take him apart, piece by piece, like you can do.
That one.
Nothing.
Nothing
behind it. Oh, Tony.
Sting! He went at him! Peeled him out! Drop kicked him down! The Stinger! In the greatest shape of his life! Hit hard that time! Uh-oh!
Get it over with, quick! Slap it on him! Oh no!
He rolls him out! Two!
Oh my!
They were standing everywhere!
Don't shut the ref! Don't blow it! Don't get disqualified!
Where's he going now? Again, Flair takes a walk.
For years, when I was a manager, they blamed me for distractions. They blamed me for interfering. No one is more distractful or interfering more than Hulk Hogan, and you're witnessing it right now. I'm telling the truth.
All right, Flair. Very, very effective, I must agree, though, in breaking any momentum Sting has, because Sting has cut him off at every pass he'll bring.
But you notice Sting isn't rushing. Sting's not going after him. He knows he's got time. Time's on his side. Listen to that. Sting, Sting, Sting. And Sherry is leading the cheers. Look at that. She is in love again.
Neutral position. Sting's in the corner, got caught that time. He blocked it. Sting right hands. Sends him out. Back and forth. Into the other corner. Sending Flair in. Here he goes. Nobody home.
But Flair's all the way across the ring on the other side. No, he's up right next to him. I couldn't tell from my vantage point. My monitor's flipping. It's my horizontal vertical went out.
I've never seen you into a match like this one.
Well, Tony, this is history.
No, I agree. Outside. That was a disqualification. But the referee had turned around to Michael Buffer, taking on the time for this remaining TV time limit. Then we have, what, a good 15 minutes remaining our television time limit.
Don't get counted out. Well, they both can't get counted out. Right? Because they couldn't unify. That's why the commissioner, Nick Bockwinkel's sitting right here. Yeah, overseeing everything again.
They could both count it out. Sting in trouble now on the outside is Sensual Sherry.
She's talking to her man.
Sting trying to get back in. Flair meets him with a pass in.
Look around, Schiavone. Look around. Everyone is standing. Except those people there sitting down.
Dragging Sting to the center. Flair now for the first time in command.
Better go back to Earl Scheib and get another paint job. Sherry looks like she had Oreo cookie and exploded in her face.
Again.
Come on, Rick.
He's got the ropes. Flair has the ropes, but Sting's getting out of it.
Oh, he's getting unraveled.
He told Sherry to get out of sight. I don't know what that meant. Back up is Sting, at least attempting to, into another neutral corner.
Well, that'll cave your lung in. Here we go. History is being made.
Sting shrugged him off, the right thing to do.
That's the second time he's gone for the figure four.
When you're in this predicament, you have to prevent against the figure four. Instinct for Stinger. Flair missed the elbow. Oh, Sting is pretty much defenseless now. But he has to try to prevent from the figure four. Meanwhile, Flair trying to get him on the canvas. That's what he wants to do. Put the figure four on Sting and win the unification match here on The Clash.
Believe me, I believe he'll take it anyway. Like with the sleeper.
He has it hooked. And Sting is right in the center, as you can see. Straddling the C in the WCW. Sherry screams to break it. Sting cannot. This may be it.
He's got to check his arms, right? 3 times?
Right. He needs to ask first. He needs to get an audio response.
He's fighting it. And that's when it puts you out the quickest, and when you fight it. You've got to relax in that hold.
As long as Sting can answer him, then he won't test the arms. Sting apparently said, I'm okay.
How could he be?
He's back up. There goes in. Unbelievable. That Sting could absorb the punishment of the sleeper and still do that.
Sure, he's got her purse.
Shoulder. Catapult. Flair's jaw hits. Flair does a nosedive. And both men are down. Oh, what a matchup. You're watching the unification of the world, the international world titles. Sherry picks Sting as her man.
That I can't believe.
The same night that Hulk Hogan arrived at WCW. Outside in. Vertical suplex, but Sting not enough to cover. Now he crawls on top of him. 1, 2. Maybe 2 seconds earlier he'd have been the champ.
Is this close? Back and forth.
Down he goes from the clothesline. Whatever you say, whoever you side with, you gotta agree. Both these men are champions. And they're giving it their all here on TBS. This is what WCW's all about.
He didn't get him. Sting got him good though.
1, 2. Flair got the leg up. Actually got the left shoulder up. Wow.
Second floor. Third floor.
Uh-oh. He's going for the big one.
This could be it. This could be it.
Oh, yeah. The superplex from upstairs.
He's got to cover him. If you wanted Sting, you better cover him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's been down for about a 12 count. Oh, did he hit?
They're loving this at Charleston. We're loving it here at TBS, and I know all of the homes around the world watching us live are loving this one. Flair and Sting giving it their all to decide finally on one champion.
Yeah, but Flair's hurt. His back is bothering him.
You're right. Up. Sting's back up.
He's on his feet.
Incredible.
Can you imagine what's going through Flair's mind right now?
Feels him out. Big drop kick. to the ropes. Irish whip for the ride. Inside. The press slam.
How much more can he take?
Sting back into it now. As he was at the beginning of the match. Flair over the top. The match will continue now.
Oh my. He creamed her.
Flair took Sherry. He took Sherry. That's right, he moved Sherry in front of him.
I missed that. I didn't see that.
Yes, you did. Flair took Sherry and moved her right in front. And she's out.
He's more concerned with her than winning the title. Flair will wake him up.
Can you believe he would throw a woman in front of him? For crying out loud.
Hey, you do anything you can to win the big one, pal.
All right, the match is going on. The referee checking on Sherry. Sting's got him. Here comes the referee. 1, 2.
What a beating Flair has taken, Shimani.
Sherry just barely pulling herself up. Sting checking in. And Flair rolls it. 1, 2, 3.
He did it! He did it! Yes! 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 Yes!
We need to get the official announcement.
Has he raised his hand yet?
There it is.
Yes! Yes!
The unified, undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair!
Incredible.
What a battle! What a fight!
Unfortunate, and Sherry, surprised she can even stand.
Oh, is she hot at Flair?
Well, it was, there you see the 2 belts. Ric Flair is the champion. Now he's looking at Sherry.
What?
Wait a minute!
Setup!
What? It was a setup!
It was a setup! Here we go! Kick the paint off on sweetheart!
Wait a minute!
Look at that!
Oh, this is incredible!
Flair outsmarted the world! Ric Flair outsmarted the world!
We need some help! Both attacking Sting! This was a setup!
You bet! I love a man who wrestles in the ring and uses his ability and his mind!
A helpless Sting! And here comes the Hulkster!
Oh no! Listen to this place erupt! Listen to these people!
Flair! Hogan face to face! The Hulkster! Oh, he's going for the big foot!
Get your belt! Get your belt!
Sherry from behind! The Hulkster in the face of Sensual Sherry.
What is he doing? Who does he think he is?
He had a, oh my goodness! She hit him right in the face! And Flair and Jerry take a powder like a bunch of chickens. Can you believe what we have seen?
We have seen Ric Flair become the one and only heavyweight champion of the world.
And the Hulkster came in to help out.
The Nature Boy, Ric Flair, 11 times World Heavyweight Champion, but what has to be one very frustrated athlete at this point in his career.
Extremely frustrated. And it all starts with Hulk Hogan.
Speaking of frustration, I believe Ric Flair has won a few world championships in his time. Unlike some manager that couldn't get somebody over sitting at the table himself.
How many Super Bowl rings do you have?
You want me to put it in your face and show you?
The Stinger making his way to the ring, and this crowd is live. They are wired.
Well, you're gonna need earmuffs and sunglasses when this match is over.
This place is like Thunderdome, folks.
What a matchup we have got in store. And remember, the WCW World Heavyweight Champion, Hulk Hogan, will be here later on in this live debut broadcast. Oh, what in the hell is he doing here? Get the camera off of here. What, look. Get him out of here. Get the camera off of here.
What is this?
Oh, wait a minute, he's got a right to be where this is a public mall.
Get him out of here.
Somebody call the security guards.
What? Get the security and get him out of here.
What's he doing wrong? What is he doing wrong?
This is just unabashed arrogance.
Wait a minute. I think we've got a major problem here.
We have a situation starting here.
Yeah, a big one. I want to know what he's doing here.
Well, don't ask me. Get on the headsets to the truck. Ask somebody.
Well, I will during the commercial break.
You want to get my assistant on it?
Right now, we have got the United States Heavyweight Champion Sting. I'm in shock. I am in shock.
I know Bobby the Brain is dumbfounded. He just wanders around in that state.
Lex Luger making an appearance here of all places.
Now, he didn't just come out here to watch a match. He's here for a reason, Bischoff, and you know that.
I don't know it.
Well, I mean, you know he's not just here to watch a match or do some shopping.
The Nature Boy Ric Flair. Shoulder tackle takedown. Sting up very quickly. Sting so fast. Incredible height on that leapfrog. And look at the power on this man. Oh, the power. Full press body slam, and Ric Flair is in trouble.
Boy, he had him a good, 8-9 feet over his head. Here we go again.
Sting so strong.
They're going to have to check the foundation here at the mall.
Hip toss takedown. Follows it up with a perfectly executed drop kick. Sting, the first man up, and Ric Flair is looking for some time. He's in trouble.
Well, he's a very smart athlete. He's an 11 times world champion. He knows what to do out there. You're exactly right. He's taking that 9 count. He's making Sting make a mistake.
Oh, but you've got to admit, the Stinger is a pure wrestler, isn't he?
I'll tell you what, I'm getting the word we've got chaos down in the locker room right now. People wondering what in the world is going on. Lex Luger, in case you just joined us a few moments ago, Lex Luger walked out to ringside with a smile on his face, the only way I could say it, a smirk, stood there, didn't say a word, and walked away.
But was he looking at Sting or was he looking at Flair?
I don't know.
You know, the history of these three go back a long way. There's a lot of animosity. There's a lot of scores that have to be settled that have never been settled yet.
And now we're seeing vintage Nature Boy Ric Flair. Thumb to the eyes now, chop to the top of the chest. He has Sting in trouble in the corner. And a vicious right hand right to the jaw. Ric Flair in control of this action right now.
As he usually is.
This crowd is thunderous, and you can actually hear those chops.
Forearm to the chest. And the Nature Boy Ric Flair working over the midsection of one of the most well-conditioned athletes in the sport today. The Stinger stands his ground. Body slam again.
Well, I can see the merchandise falling off the walls here.
Stinger heads up, moving both men. Going outside of the ring, over the top rope. Tremendous, tremendous action coming your way. WCW Monday Nitro on TNT, and this is where the big boys play. Make no mistake about it.
You've got to admit, Ric Flair has all the tricks, doesn't he?
The hottest wrestling action you'll find anywhere on any given night.
Where's he gonna put him? Where's he gonna put him?
Right through the ropes, back into the ring.
Now that's sheer awesome power. From the floor, pick up a 240-pound man and throw him over the second rope.
I can't believe you actually made a positive comment about the Stinger.
Talking to Bischoff or me?
Doesn't matter.
runs right into an elbow. The Nature Boy Ric Flair fighting out of the corner. Tremendous action here. The Nature Boy. All right, now I'm getting the word from the truck that we've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll show you whatever action is taking place. Don't go away here on Monday Nitro TNT. We'll be right back.
Get on him, get on him.
Oh, my. All right, and welcome back to the action here. WCW Monday Nitro on TNT. And it's the U.S. Heavyweight Champion, Sting, in there with 11-time World Heavyweight Champion, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. This match has gone back and forth while you've been gone. Ric Flair, I would have to say, has dominated the action the last minute and a half. It's a Stinger coming back strong.
Oh, you've got to admit Ric Flair is a vicious, cruel, and macho man. Probably unlike most of the women on your family tree, Bobby.
I'm not going to take this from him any longer.
I'll tell you, oh no.
Wait,
what is this?
I know something here. I know something here. They patched things up. Oh! Nobody home.
Arn Anderson making his way to the ring, and meanwhile, Sting launched a splash. He got about 15 feet in midair, but nobody home, as the brain pointed out. And you got to wonder what is going through Arn Anderson's mind right now, or Ric Flair's.
I don't know, but it looks like to me Arn Anderson is throwing razor blades.
Well, they're trying to wrestle Flair and Anderson at Fall Brawl. But Arn is out here. He's in the corner of Ric Flair. I believe they patched things up. See, I told you, it was just a tip. Didn't mean a thing.
Ric Flair up and over, right by Arn Anderson. Arn Anderson hasn't laid a hand.
Now, if he was going to do something, he'd have done it.
On Sting or Ric Flair, but he's got some intense looks on his face right now.
I am still just stupefied on the action on TNT Monday Nitro.
Well, I'll tell you what, in case you just joined us, at the onset of this match, Lex Luger. You heard me right. Lex Luger makes his way out. Now Arn Anderson standing there. What in the world is going to happen next?
But Luger wasn't dressed to wrestle. He was in street clothes. He only was out here for about 30 seconds. What is going on through here? What's running through his mind?
He was probably up at Pasta Mania getting something to eat.
Pasta Mania?
Sting now going after the Nature Boy. Sting for that middle turnbuckle. He's in trouble. All of the offense on a Sting so far has been all high impact. The press body slams, the body slams, all the maneuvers coming off the top rope. Ric Flair, on the other hand, has been pacing himself very well. Something he does probably better than anybody in the sport. 1, 2, Sting, you better watch out here.
Look at that.
Look at that backwards.
What kind of strength does that take?
And now the backslide. I don't think the Stinger has him.
Ooh, that was close.
No, he didn't have those arms locked in.
Look at Arn Anderson. He's just pacing out there like a cat.
I don't know which one of the wrestlers he's looking at more viciously.
Now, it's hard to tell. Very difficult to read the poker face, steely eyes of Arn Anderson. Oh, my gosh! This ring just moved about 2 feet.
It almost knocked my monitor off the table.
Mine went black. Mine's dead. I'm not even, nothing's on mine.
There, hit it, bump it with your head. Maybe it'll come up.
Bump it with your head.
Look at this now. Between Sting and Arn Anderson. No, Stinger! Sting made the mistake of turning his back on the dirtiest player in the game. Now you've got to wonder, after looking at that, if Bobby the Brain Heenan is right. And now,
here we go. Sting has never given up, has he?
No. This man can endure more pain than probably anybody I know.
He's trying to turn it. He's trying to reverse the figure 4 here.
The question is, does he have the stamina to do that? This has been a grueling contest. Both men have got to be feeling the fatigue. And what about Arn Anderson, the wild card?
Oh,
and now Arn Anderson makes his way to the ring. Wait a minute.
What's going on?
I told you I didn't know who he was looking at.
Wait a minute. I thought they patched things up, Brain.
I don't know what's going on here. What is this? We're going to have more game right here.
All over the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. And so much for patching up the family feud.
No, it's getting worse.
Unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
This has gotten worse.
Arn Anderson just uncorked on the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, and I do believe he jacked his jaw all the way back to the locker room.
Well, the Nature Boy is gone. There's no sign of him. I can see the locker room door from here.
Hold
It's shut.
on, Arn Anderson making his way back to the ring, and I'm not so sure he's finished.
He might not be through dealing out punishment.
Weighing 251 pounds, this is Sting!
Sting, which just moments ago came out and talked Lex Luger into dropping the arm of the Macho Man, Randy Savage. And we're yet to hear reports on the Macho Man and his condition for WCW's World War III, which will be our next match, by the way. And Sting, very calm and collected as he makes his way to the ring. Sting and the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, again.
Sting said it. You swerved me, Flair. I'm going to leave you for dead.
That's basically what he did on Monday Nitro in that live interactive event we had from Jacksonville, Florida. And as you can see, the scope is jam-packed. Ric Flair has been in this arena many times.
And don't forget, tomorrow night on Nitro, you'll not only see Luger team with Sting, but you're going to find out exactly who is the heavyweight champion of the world.
You'll also see Hulk Hogan on WCW Monday Nitro as he wrestles Humorous live tomorrow night.
Don't miss any WCW action.
He'll bite that finger right off. Flair tried the first blow and Sting knocked him down. And Flair quickly goes low side and gets in the ring too.
Flair needs room to style and profile.
He's got plenty of room there. Sting's gonna follow him in the ring too here. And now Flair gets blocked off again. Sting with the right hand. Big Gorilla Press Slam.
Flair's back has to be like applesauce. The punishment this man has taken. 11 times heavyweight champion of the world. He was in a plane crash. He's had some of the toughest battles in his life, and he could become number 12 tonight. Heavyweight champion of the world.
That's exactly right. And it all depends on what happens here.
Look at him, ever confident. Eyes moving all the time. Looking for a place to work. Looking for a place to just chaw on and pound and work on that man's body.
The master at measuring you and knowing where to hit you.
And don't forget, Arn Anderson's here. Pillman's here. Benoit's here.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, and we talked earlier that Anderson, Flair, nor Pillman came down for the Benoit match. This is a night where it's every man for himself.
Tony, you naive poor soul. Are you kidding me? Everyone's out for themselves, but also, if you're a horseman, you're a horseman.
We'll find out.
And you know what horsemen are made of?
Horse.
What? Don't say it.
Up on top and Sting. The fan to the scope, just counting with him.
This is amazing.
Look, so much determination and fire in those blows. Sting feels him out. Drop kicks him, he's on target. Flair rolls out. He's gonna go in the ring. Number 3.
Why not? It's vacant. This is a great plan. You see, he's got that dummy Sting suckered in. Sting will follow him over. Watch. Sting will make a mistake.
What do we have here?
Looks like the top of a wedding cake.
What? It may be pretty soon. Colonel Parker and Sister Sherry coming out to watch this match together, arm in arm.
But look at Sting, how he slowed things down. He's not going to play.
Wow. I love that man. There's some kissing on the outside and some smacking on the inside.
Kiss this.
Oh, Sting can take so much. He's working on adrenaline right now. And Flair's not giving an inch either, but it's Sting.
just love Sting, don't they?
Oh, they do. It's been a big week for Sting. It's been a month he'll never forget.
Go ahead.
Went to Japan, lost the U.S. title to Kensuke Sasaki, came right back in a match we'll never forget on Nitro this past Monday against Hulk Hogan.
Now he takes on the 11 times heavyweight champion of the world, former champion Ric Flair. Now he's going to have to get in the ring and compete with 59 of the greatest superstars in WCW to become heavyweight champion of the world. And going to Japan's not like driving over to Roanoke or just down the street. This man's been 12, 15 hours on a plane each way. And he's still standing in the ring tonight taking it to Ric Flair. Where does he get it?
That's why he is and will be remembered as one of the greatest the sport's ever seen. Well, you have two of them there who will be remembered. And their matches will go down as some of the greats ever, and maybe before this one's over, we can say the same thing about this. It's had a lot of pounding, not many wrestling holds, but a lot of fisticuffs so far, a lot of high-impact blows.
I mean, Tony, the whole course of wrestling is going to change in '96 here at WCW. I can just feel it.
Nope.
We've got a winner.
That chop is not going to work against Sting tonight. It's too much there. Here's another. Sting is ready for this match.
Flair may have run out of rings.
Yep. He'll have to go back to ring one here now. Sending Sting. Sting put the brakes on. Flair has his back turned to Sting. Sting almost went to the front row.
I'm getting out of here.
Flair's got a chair.
I'll see you later.
And Nick Patrick's got the chair from Ric Flair.
Somebody do something. I could get hurt.
I don't think anyone's thinking about you right now, Bray.
I am.
Ric Flair to the eyes of Sting. And Flair back to the ring one. They've gone completely around the world here. And they are still pounding away.
It gets better every time. Flair the master. See, he pulled that leg over. He's looking at the knee. He's getting ready. Well, not right now.
Flair with a very cheap shot here.
No, that was a nerve reaction.
Nerve reaction?
Yeah, when he grabbed him by the throat, it's just, you know, sometimes you can't control your leg. You have to kick your foot or your handle twitch or, you know, this happens.
Yeah, it twitched okay. And it was the only thing that saved Ric Flair. Flair must realize that his chops are having no effect on Sting. And it's not because his chops have softened. They have not. They are as every bit as tough and as hard and as lethal as they once were. But Sting, as we said earlier, is just riding on emotion. But nothing can prepare you for what he just suffered. Colonel Parker and Sherry taking a seat up on our interview area. And they are watching what's going on here.
They're like courting each other. He's sitting with his arm around her.
Maybe they'll have a big announcement here soon.
She's not.
No, I mean as far as being engaged or something like that.
Well, I don't know what you're going to come up with. The way your mind works.
You don't know the way my mind works. Ric Flair, you don't know the way his mind works either sometimes.
Yeah, I do. It's money, it's fame, it's fortune. That's what keeps Ric Flair going. And I'm telling you, with that man's experience, he could become champion again.
Driving the knee to the top of the head.
Of course, I don't know if I'd waste this much time with Sting. If I got him down on that mat, groggy and wounded, I'd go for my payday. I'd slap that figure 4 on him. Wouldn't you, Tony?
Yes, I would. And that's what he's doing. He's going for the leg.
It's ironic that Sting should be wearing yellow.
Why is that, Bray?
Isn't that the color of a coward?
No, it's not.
It's the color
Yellow
of a
and red is the color of Hulk Hogan.
Oh, that's the
so
coward.
There's nothing wrong with yellow.
Yellow, blue, and white on Sting, with the face paint being peeled off now as Flair has Sting exactly where he wants it.
Down on the mat. And he's taking him apart systematically. He's working on the legs. He's helping him back up on his feet. And he's going to knock him right back down.
That's exactly what's going on here. There he goes again. To the knee, that figure 4 leg lock puts so much pressure on the knee, on the shin.
Now you can say Flair's wasting a lot of time here. With most people, yes, but not this man. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows he has Sting in trouble. I still don't trust Sting. I'd take him out as quick as I could. But Flair knows more than I in that ring.
Sting gets shoveled over the top. As Nick Patrick was checking over here with us. And the master Ric Flair at Deception.
No, shut up.
Uh-oh. To the knee again, and that time the knee was propped up against the steel safety rail. And Sting now hobbling around.
I don't know if I chop him. It seems every time you chop him, you ignite him. He gets stronger, he gets more powerful. How's his leg gonna be as a tag team partner tomorrow night on Nitro, is what I wanna know.
How's his leg gonna be coming up in a few minutes when he vies for the World Heavyweight title at World War III?
Well, if Flair slaps that figure 4 on him, he may not be out here. There may be 59 men out here later. He is really favoring that leg.
They are in ring number 3. And he's going to the leg again. Oh, it's a clip.
And believe me, everybody in the back is watching monitors. Everybody wants to know what's going on. Everybody wants to know who's hurt what part of the body so they can take advantage of it. This is it, World War III. There will be a new heavyweight champion of the world tonight. Don't leave your sets, humanoids.
Right now, the world title is vacant. You think Ric Flair remembers what happened in Jacksonville a couple of weeks ago on Nitro when Sting put the Scorpion Deathlock on and did not let go? It's obvious he remembers. Flair is just punishing Sting for all he's worth right now. And he puts this on. He may not let go. Sting trying to get out of it. Sting cannot.
He's got a lock. The party's over, Sting. Goodbye.
And Flair has it on, and Flair is pounding on the knee as well. I've never seen him do this.
No, I haven't either.
I've seen him put the figure 4 on, but not in a combination with pounding on the knee. And look at him slapping Sting.
I wouldn't do that. Not the Sting. I wouldn't do that.
Flair goes back on the figure 4 again.
And to continue to see pounding on that leg. He has woke Sting up. Sting is now coming alive.
He's got it turned. The pressure now on the knee of Flair. And Flair had to get out of it or the match would have been over. I think you're right, Brain. Slapping Sting in the face woke him up. Shouldn't have done that.
And you know, there's nothing to be proven here. There's no title on the line. The big one's coming up. Flair, get out of there. Do what you have to.
Sting reverses. Trying to backslide. He got him now. 1, 2. 2 count. Flair pushing Nick Patrick. Who pushed Ric Flair?
Patrick's had enough.
Big chop. Once again, it doesn't work.
All you're doing is pulling the stake out of his heart.
That's right. He has abandoned his game plan of the knee.
Look at him. Come on, give it to me. Let's see what you got, Flair.
He's pushed a referee. He's chopped on Sting. It doesn't work. And Flair now trying to get Sting to chase him. Sting limping over towards ring number 1. Sending Flair in. Puts Flair up and down. How did he pick him up? I'll never know.
How does he keep moving on that bad leg?
That's what I'm talking about. Into the eyes, Ric Flair. The Nature Boy to the eyes. Sting hunched over.
I'm afraid I'd have to go after that leg.
Ooh, that was a severe uppercut from Sting to the gut. Here he goes. Flair dropping towards the neutral corner. Sting shoots him in. Flair upside down. Caught. Down he goes. Big clothesline.
Boy.
Flair got stuck up on the top that time.
I can't figure this thing out. Where does he get it?
Just to show you what it takes to be a champion.
the same that Hogan has in him. The same makeup of Hulk Hogan you see in Sting. You see in guys like the Macho Man Randy Savage and guys like Ric Flair, the big-time stars. Lex Luger. They have not only ability, they have heart. They have drive and determination.
But you know, a guy like Eddie Guerrero could walk away champion too.
He's got it all too. Heart, drive, and determination. Super!
Uh-oh, it don't look good here.
Scorpion Deathlock!
Now keep your eyes open for the Horseman. If you're in the building, Horseman, get here.
He's got it on, and he's in the middle of the ring. It's up. It's up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match is Sting.
And he let go.
Ric Flair gave up.
Oh, what a struggle this was.
What matches have we seen tonight?
DJ Rand, Ricky Rockman, Gene Okerlund, and his protege, David Pinter, all with you here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple of reminders before we go to one of our feature bouts. Big weekend for World Championship Wrestling. This coming Friday, the 16th of April, in Miami. It's World Championship Wrestling at the Miami Arena. Get your tickets to box office and all. Ticketmaster locale. And this Sunday, we're going to be in Tampa once again at the Ice Palace for World Championship Wrestling. This Sunday, April 18th. Tickets to the Ice Palace box office and all Ticketmaster outlets. You also know by now that it's going to be Gorgeous George, the gorgeous lady who accompanies the Macho Man Randy Savage, and referee Charles Robinson, the one-on-one matchup coming up at Slamboree. Notice that Charles lets the Prez in. And of course, Charles is wrestling and Gorgeous George wrestling at Slamboree to try to keep the Macho Man either in or out of wrestling. That's going to be in St. Louis, TWA Dome. Tickets for that event at the box office and all usual outlets at Sunday, May 9th for Slamboree. We know that Kevin Nash in Slamboree is going to face the winner of DDP and Scott Steiner for the world title at Slamboree. Card just getting started. What a big night St. Louis is going to be on pay-per-view.
Well, they thought the crowd, they thought St. Louis was really excited about McGuire hitting 70 home runs. Wait till they see Gorgeous George slap around the referee.
You think it's coincidence? You think it's random draw? Or you think it's with purpose that Charles Robinson's going to referee this Ric Flair match?
Well, Ric Flair's the president. He can make a decision about anything he wants.
And that's what he's done.
If you don't want Robinson there, here's to you, Mr. Robinson.
Charles Robinson's in Flair's back pocket. Let's not deny that. So it's Sting's job with Robinson the referee and Arn Anderson at ringside to try to put the shoulders down of the Prez and the former heavyweight champion of the world. And immediately Robinson is checking and double checking Sting for illegal objects.
Looks like he's wearing spats.
You know what the great thing about this event is? We have seen Sting in the rafters, but we haven't seen Sting wrestle on this program in a while. Last night on Spring Stampede, and when you see the encore presentation all this week, you're going to find out that Sting has not lost a step. He's been better than ever before. So Sting back wrestling on Nitro for the first time in quite a while.
Oh, it's a new Sting as far as I'm concerned. Did you see the way he was talking out here? The energy he had, how he got up in Flair's face? And when you get nose to nose with Flair, you're busy.
Stinger, as Flair stares a hole through Sting. Charles Robinson warned Sting about pulling the hair.
Are they ever intense?
Two of the greats of all time. Sting leapfrog to get Flair through, and there is your Goldberg press slam. Oh! We renamed that earlier in this telecast, fans. And Sting putting high in the air. Not begging off now.
Here's Sting, this is for old times.
You're not kidding.
Another one.
Another one. Up and down. And Flair hitting very, very hard.
What a beating this man has taken over the years in his career defending the title. 14 times he won the championship.
And of course, many great battles against Sting. As a matter of fact, WCW, the company, got a kickoff when these two men went Clash of the Champions event back in April of 1988. That made Sting a superstar.
Sting's bringing him back.
And he's not looked back since then.
You think the President Clinton had troubles? The President Flair's got a whole handful right now.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Sting puts him up with a shoulder.
I'm telling you, this is a new Sting. He's intimidating. He gets up into your face.
How about that? Just a simple eye poke, and it turns things back around for the former champ. The press hooks him.
And Sting looks him right in the eye, nose to nose again.
Sting wants it to happen again. Well, Flair's going to oblige here. Much like Goldberg, Sting just grits his teeth, says, come on, bring it on, and he wheels him out of the corner. Up on top.
Right between the eyes.
Here we go again. Out of the corner, Sting with a drop kick. Boy, oh boy.
Sting hasn't lost a step.
Nothing.
He's gained a step.
He's gained a step. I was thinking the same thing. Charles Robinson will go down to 2 count that time.
Let's watch Charles Robinson's counts.
I don't think we need to. We know what he's going to do. We know that he's going to slant this towards the press. That's a foregone conclusion. So we're just going to point out the obvious, which a lot of times we do anyway.
Well, at least he has a job.
And that's what's important in life now. A shoulder block by the Stinger. Over top. Can he put him down with a sunset flip? Flair holds his balance, and Flair's got it. Handful. Oh. 1, 2. The fans on the right of the ring got a little bit more than they paid for that time.
Well, they didn't see any sun, but a lot of moon.
Flair tried to slow this thing down.
He's a master.
Arn Anderson over at the broadcast table.
No, I don't know what to.
Well, now hold on. Now he's the press. Well, he's the press now, and he can do what he wants. He can stop the match.
I don't know what he wanted us to do.
I don't know. He was going to you, asking you for advice. I think that tells me that
I'm on the take.
Well, yeah,
no.
But it also tells me that Anderson's a little bit concerned. I cannot stop this crowd from chanting. Okay, I'll try. Okay, hold on. Everybody, please be quiet. It didn't work.
Hey, you know, you must come from the Ralphus School of Training for crowd control.
Yes. All right, Sting, as Flair goes back in the ring. Obviously, the fans are behind the Stinger, and I tried that time, but fans are not going to listen to me, obviously, nor Arn Anderson. Sting just comes right back every time. Sting comes up with a big smile, and he says, there, and Flair, to put him. No, it's last call for Ric Flair, face first in the ring. Upside down. Oh!
Bring out the gurney. The press is down.
Again. Arn Anderson is livid. Arn Anderson doesn't know what to do. And that's unusual for Double A. All right, we could have a count out now. Double A wants timeout. Time for your announce team to hit you with that old cliche. There's no timeout in pro wrestling. Table time. Oh, no. They're fighting at the safety rail. All the way to the other side. Flair comes right back after taking that shot in the safety rail, gouges the eyes of the Stinger, and stalks Sting, and he clips him from behind.
Right in the back of the knee. Now this is going to take a lot of spring out of Sting's offensive.
Sting brings it back in the ring, though, which is a smart thing for him to do here, but Flair now giving chase.
No trouble getting up there.
You know, one thing about, and Sting said this, let's do it once again for old time's sake. He has to realize that he obviously knows a lot about Flair, but as much as he knows about Flair, Flair knows about him. Because Sting is looking better than ever before, yes, but Sting is still using many of the moves and holds that made him the superstar he is. He's not deviated that much as far as new holds are concerned from the game plan that's made him what he was, and what he still is, obviously more and better than ever before. Would you agree with that?
I didn't hear a word you said. I was singing to Gorgeous George again.
Okay, back to the action we go. Anderson feeling good about it, gives a thumbs up. Sting catch the foot. Sting's gonna put him in.
His own home.
Figure 4. And now.
And look at Charles Robinson. He don't know what to do.
Tell you what he's not gonna do.
Is Flair shaking his head yes or no?
I guess Robinson says no. Arn Anderson emphatically says roll to the ropes. Roll to the ropes. Can he do it? Sting says ask him. You're right in there with the action. Flair to the ropes. Is he gonna get there or not? No, he couldn't make it.
He's inches away.
Sting sliding back towards the center. Flair's.
He's got it.
Goes to the near side and that breaks the hold. Oh my.
Arn Anderson takes a big breath.
Sting keeps the pressure on Ric Flair.
I'm telling you, Schiavone, Sting looks the best I've ever seen.
Ever seen him, you agree?
I mean, just his demeanor is better.
Took a chunk out of his forehead with the old choppers as well, and then levels Flair. Here's a cover. Anderson helps matters out. Boy, Charles Robinson saw that in a hurry, didn't he?
Real quick.
So, Flair battles through this one. What a competitor Ric Flair is, ladies and gentlemen. And what a tail kicking he's taking here.
Well, like I've always said, and people have told me, when you think you got Flair, turns around and he gets you.
You think Flair would learn right now that chop's not going to work on Sting?
Well, it's a lot different when you're in there, Tony.
Well, I agree with that.
Oh! I mean, you try everything you can.
That was Arn Anderson who went upside down for a moment there. He's up again, and he pulls Flair out of the way. Sting went over the top of the turnbuckle, and I believe he hit that steel turnbuckle, glanced off. And maybe with that shoulder brain, he tumbles in a heap. He's hurting here, and now double A.
Putting the boots to him.
It's what Sting knew when he took this match, what it would be. He knew exactly what he walked into. He's the one who wanted it.
I guess Arn Anderson thought he just has to take matters into his own hands.
Go get him, double A. Boy, Anderson had a look of intensity in his face.
Oh, the fire still burns in that man. He still wants to be in that ring.
Sure, and
I talked to him last night in the elevator.
In the elevator.
And I said, you should be careful around the ring with your neck and everything. He says it's inside me still.
Speaking of elevators, Flair just took Sting to the top floor, so to speak. Uppercut City.
Well, speaking of elevators, Sting may get the shaft.
I believe he did right there, as a matter of fact, and that's going to turn this one around. Now Flair's going to, what's he going to do?
Suplex him into the crowd, look out.
Into the safety rail. Sting puts the blocks on, picks up Flair, puts him inside. He tried a splash, and Flair was one step ahead. All right, Flair climbing up with authority here. And Sting has got him up top. It is a long way down. And Flair hits very hard.
But he's making good time.
Yeah, when you plummet, you do. All right, Charles Robinson with the mandatory 10 count for both men. And encouraging Ric Flair to get up.
You know how fast a human being travels jumping off a 10-foot building?
No, I don't know, and neither do you, as a matter of fact. Watch out, Sting comes away. Flair over the top. Sting needs to bridge up. Thank you very much. That's exactly what he did. Who's going to get the backslide? Sting to the knees. 1, 2,
no.
Flair barely escaped that time, but did. Sting runs over Flair, bouncing off of the turnbuckles. He'll try to win this thing here. Was not a good cover that time.
No.
Easily, Flair got the left shoulder up.
But what a beating Flair's taken.
Oh. What a beating. Ooh.
It's that trick knee again.
Yeah, Flair, you're not kidding, that happens. What a beating as Sting's dished out. That's the second low blow by Flair. One would think that there's a vertical suplex. that the pain would be just too much. Flair putting, That is the pain, not only.
Look at Sting, look at Sting.
Not too much. Sting has come back. Woo! From the virtual dead here. And it petrifies Nature Boy. It's not gonna work.
Come on, I want more.
Hit me again.
Give me all you got.
Come on.
Lay it in.
Hit me. Into the ropes.
Not today.
Nothing, exactly.
Yes.
Yes, not only am I watching this on, I'm calling this thing. Up and down.
Oh. Sting is back, believe me, Schiavone. Better than ever.
What can Flair do here? Sting splash.
Oh, did you hear him hit?
You know what that means, don't you?
The beginning of the end.
That means that any time now, Scorpion Deathlock, Scorpion Death Drop, and maybe the end of the match for Ric Flair. But what trick does Flair have up his sleeve? It's going to be a superplex.
Oh. The ring moved. The building moved. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was Mount St. Helens.
Yes, you would.
Look at Arn Anderson sneaking in behind.
One count only. And you think Charles Robinson doesn't know that Arn Anderson...
Scorpion Deathlock!
Arn Anderson succeeded in stopping the Scorpion Deathlock right there. He got the attention of Sting. Sting goes back and Flair moved. Flair moved. Sting's throat. Chin caught the top.
Desperation now.
He's going to go for the figure 4 right now. It's a great move by Flair.
And remember, Flair's been working on Sting's knee. He clipped him from behind twice. So I don't know how much longer that leg can stand.
We talked about Sting looking better than ever before. We're going to find out now. 1, 2, he's up. We're going to find out what he's made of here.
Let's see what he's got. Let's see what this man can take.
Sting.
Are we just talking or is he back?
Sting has got, well, we've got Randy Savage in the building again.
Who looks better than ever?
As Anderson holds on to Flair, Anderson gets wiped out by Savage.
Where's Gorgeous George?
That is even things up, and Sting's gonna turn this over.
Yeah, Savage came out of nowhere. Arn Anderson didn't even see him coming, I don't think.
Sting had the odds stacked against him, but Macho Man helped out tremendously. That does not work.
Put a brick in your hand, maybe, or a board.
Sting holds on. Oh. The Scorpion Death Drop, that's it. That's it. That's it. In there.
Look at Robinson.
He's not going to count it.
Sting's telling him to count.
1, 2, 3. Charles Robinson had to do it. There was no way out. Because Flair was done. Sting nails Anderson, who jerked his shirt off, and Anderson's going to be put.
And the Scorpion Deathlock. There's no way for him to go. Flair can't help him. A doubleheader for the Stinger.
Anderson tapping for his life, but forget about it.
Put Robinson in it too, what the heck?
Mr. McMahon makes the walk, and that, I don't know if I can read into that or not, that means we're gonna hear from him in just a few moments.
I can't wait.
What does the future hold for WCW is the question we have.
Where are our paychecks coming from? We're gonna have paychecks. I mean, I got a lot of questions for Mr. McMahon. Something tells me he's not taking my calls.
As Mr. McMahon makes his walk, you are looking at a man who may be making his final walk to the ring ever. What a career. And that is a gross understatement, I know, but very few men in any walk of life, in any sports entertainment venture, can say they've had the career of a Ric Flair. He had literally done it all 14 times, the world champ. For me personally, a close friend for a long, long time. But what he means for WCW, he is the embodiment of World Championship Wrestling. The gold belt that Booker T now holds was made for Ric Flair. He was the first man to hold it. And is he now saying goodbye to the fans who have followed his career, Scott, for the very last time? What must be going through the mind of Ric Flair?
Ric Flair, I guarantee you, Tony, what's going through his mind is his opponent, like it always was. Who's going to step through those ropes? It's going to be Sting.
His opponent is Sting. We're going to have the match next on Nitro. This is segment 11. And yes,
We have no idea if we will ever be bringing you World Championship Wrestling again. The last night here on TNT. And here comes a man who has meant everything to many fans around the world. Sting arrives back, and you heard what he said. I wouldn't miss it for the world. We will hear from Mr. McMahon, we understand, sometime. Very short. But right now, this is one for all the fans who love World Championship Wrestling throughout the years. Arnold Scott, we as announcers are going to kick it into high gear.
When it was in vogue to jump from World Championship Wrestling to the World Wrestling Federation, even Ric Flair made the jump, but this man, from Bill Watts Universal Wrestling Federation to World Championship Wrestling, was loyal. He bled WCW. He slept WCW, a 7-time World Heavyweight Champion. This man proved night after night what loyalty meant, and tonight he and Ric Flair are going to finish off Nitro. They started it in Minneapolis in 1995. They blow it out of the water at PCB in 2001.
Forever, their names will be linked to greatness in WCW. Sting's first championship, WCW Championship 1990, Baltimore at the Great American Bash. He defeated Ric Flair. Sting became a household word for WCW fans March 27, 1988, in the very first Clash of the Champions on TBS, when he and Ric Flair for 45 minutes wrestled to what is considered by many one of the greatest WCW title bouts ever, a 45-minute draw.
And Mr. McMahon, they did it against WrestleMania 4.
Running into Sting, look at Sting just letting Flair bounce off. There is respect. The respect came from Flair when he came out here at segment 1 and said, Sting, it's you and me at the last Nitro on TNT.
Sting was a horseman for so many years. Ric Flair, the leader of the 4 Horsemen, recruited Sting into that organization and then stabbed him right in the back, like Ric Flair has been known to do. This history, we could talk for hours and hours about the history between these two men, but they're gonna finish up TNT's Nitro. And that may say it all.
Flair, as we've seen so many times, and Sting has felt so many times, has him in the corner and is really working him up. Sting, headed up. Sting fires back. Sting, the intensity that has made him what he is. Look at him go. He'll send Flair with a heel out of the left corner. And a drop kick. Look at Sting get up. And Flair takes the low road.
He hadn't missed a step. Sting, recovering from all of his injuries, is back for one last shot against the Nature Boy.
Flair trying to buy some time down on the floor. You get that old feeling again. You can feel it with Sting. You can feel it with Flair. And the fans erupting. We've seen many of these moves 100 plus, thousands of times, but we marvel at what they do each and every time they come out here.
They can have 20,000 people literally eating out of the palm of their hand, hanging on every move, hanging on every word. They're professional wrestlers, and they're putting on a show in Panama City Beach.
Shoulder block by Flair, takes down Sting. Flair over the chop. Sting trying to leapfrog. Flair for the brakes on, nicely done by the Nature Boy. The Nature Boy now goes back down the corner, big and off. Sting just smiles at his longtime adversary, and Flair smiles back at him. How about that? He has seen it before. Oh, the mind games. They work against some, but then, of course, if you've seen them all, you know when they're coming. Into the ropes. Flair hits hard. Sting's got him up. Gorilla press. Flair! And put him down to the mat.
Still has the power that took him to the mountaintop 7 times in World Championship Wrestling. There's no scouting. There's no watching videotapes to prepare for this one. They know each other like they know their own family. Sting knows Flair. Flair knows Sting.
The championship matches. Flair goes face first. Yeah! It's nothing like seeing Flair go face first. Sting would agree. Yeah! A chop, but Sting's holding on by the throat. Oh! Too close for comfort that time. Flair with the uppercut. And that is the great equalizer.
No question about it. Ric Flair from way down deep underneath split the wicket on Sting.
Over the right side ropes, the Nature Boy now in command. You can hear the chant of Stinger again. What will the future hold for World Championship Wrestling? Will there be a future? We're going to find out in this broadcast. The fact that you see Mr. McMahon on Nitro is an incredible feat in itself.
Something I never thought I would see.
The world never thought they'd see
Well,
that.
the simulcast still to come in this broadcast, I guess, with Raw and Mr. McMahon to tell us what's going on. What's our future? What's the future of Sting? What's the future of Ric Flair? Can you imagine Mr. McMahon with the future of Ric Flair right in the palm of his hand?
The future of the industry. In a few moments. Snapmare over. Ric Flair now puts Sting down. He'll try to climb up, but he didn't keep him down hard enough. Sting will take Ric Flair top to bottom. The 14-time world champ comes up to get run over again. And again. Sting could be moments away from winning this thing. No! Flair holds onto the ropes at the far side. Sting at the back of his head very hard. Referee Charles Robinson checking. Ric Flair may have one more trick up his sleeve here. And that trick could be the figure four.
It may be.
That's it. Ric Flair, figure four on Sting. Is that going to be it? Look at Sting say no. Say no. Shutting out the pain. Flair holding on. Added leverage on the rope. 1, 2, no. So close, but still, Sting will not give up.
14 times Ric Flair has been the world heavyweight champion. Maybe as many as 20 if you count other ones. No! Sting out for a 2 count. Flair, that figure four has brought him so much gold. Is he gonna send Sting out on the final TNT Nitro with this signature maneuver?
Flair wearing the colors of Monday Nitro on TNT on his shirt, and Sting dragging Flair to the middle of the ring. Sting fired up.
Here we go.
Trying to turn the figure four around. The fans are with him on every step. Yes! He reverses the pressure. Flair quickly escapes. Sting hobbling back to his feet. Up, but he's hurt. Knife edge chop.
Oh! No effect at all!
Sting almost wanting Flair to hit him again. Look at Flair beg off one more time. Sting back to the corner. Going to work. We've seen it so many times. God, we love it. Each and every moment. Whoa. Flair upside down. Sting on the attack. Who's going to win this final match here on Monday Nitro on TNT?
Superplex!
Is it Sting with a superplex? Yes! He got him down! What's Sting going to do now? Scorpion deadlock! He's got it on! He's got it on!
Center of the ring!
It's over! It's over! It's Sting! Sting wins! Sting defeats Ric Flair here on the final telecast of WCW Monday Nitro on TNT. And look at that. My God, he's going to help him up in an embrace. This is what we're all about.
Sting knows that Ric Flair made him at that Clash of the Champions. That's ultimate respect.
It really is.
For two men I have to say that I am huge fans of. They make me continue to be fan of professional wrestling. Thank you, Steve Borden. Thank you, Ric Flair, for everything you've meant to this sport.
It's been an emotional roller coaster for all of us fans. The uncertainty of our jobs, our future, of what we love and what we breathe and what we live. We don't just work for WCW, we live WCW.